Where's, we ready?
Yes, go ahead.
No.
I'll be right back. No, go ahead. Oh, boy.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you would follow along with the pledge and an invocation from Eric Schmidt. Pledge allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we come to thee today very thankful for the many blessings that thou hast bestowed upon this city and our region and our community. Father, we're grateful to thee for the outstanding weather we've had, and we are grateful to be able to come together as leaders and residents, business owners in the community, discuss the affairs of the city and make decisions that are in the best interest of all involved. Father, we're grateful to thee for those that serve on the board, for those that come and voice their opinions. And we ask thee now to please bless us with thy spirit, that we might not only have discernment, but be respectful of each other's words and time, and that they may have the appropriate time to get to all the affairs of the city. And we ask these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk, we get a roll call?
Lucas. Denham. Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Yep.
Howden. LeBlanc.
Here.
Schultz.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight, we're going to start off with a proclamation, and I will, do we have anybody to present this to? Down here? Oh, would you, and Clay, would you two meet me down here? Yes. Tonight's a special night. We have a proclamation that I'm honored to present. And I will read this now. A proclamation honoring Mo Bandy for his iconic career performing in Branson, Missouri for a significant period of time, and proclaiming May 28th, 2024 as Mo Bandy Day in Branson. Well deserved. Whereas it is recognized that country music singer Mo Bandy was born in Meridian, Mississippi, the same hometown as the father of country music, Jimmie Rodgers, and it was in that environment that Bandy spent his early years. Mo would go on to explain that his grandfather worked the rail yards with Jimmie Rodgers and that he was always playing his guitar between work hours. But it was Mo's father who taught him to play guitar as they grew up in a musical family. And whereas it is recognized that Mo became a country hit maker in the 1970s, achieving a #1 hit as a solo artist with the song, "I Cheated Me Right Out of You," and would go on to have more hits as part of a country duo alongside Joe Stampley. And whereas later in his career, Mo would open the Americana Theater in Branson, fitting right in with our faith, family, and flag culture of our community. Bandy, the rodeo clown, would go on to entertain audiences in Branson's heyday and beyond. Now therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, hereby proclaim that on this day of May 28th, we celebrate the career of Mr. Mo Bandy and his contributions to Branson, adorned with an American flag in his iconic cowboy hat.
On my skin, overcome with the feeling I knew I was seeing America all over again. Americana, pictures of a people proud and free. I'll keep holding to the dream. You're still what living means to me.
All right.
We got an old buddy of yours on the phone here, Mo, that wants to say a few things. Joe, go ahead, bud.
Hey, Mo, it's old Joe, and I want to say I'm so proud of you for getting the key to the city of Branson, Missouri, and I want you to let me borrow that key sometimes when I'm up there.
Oh,
Are you there, Mo?
it's special for you to call. I really appreciate that.
Well, I tell you what, you're a special dude, and we've been pals for so long that I'm glad you got this key. And like I said, you're going to let me use it when I come to Branson, too.
I will. Yeah, for sure. We got a show coming up here shortly, so that'd be good to see.
We sure do, man. I'm looking forward to it and looking for us raising a little hell with all the folks down there in Texas.
Yeah. All right. We will do that. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Joe. Appreciate it a lot, buddy.
Well, listen, Mo, y'all have a good time, and God bless you. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Golly, what a deal. I didn't know exactly what we were doing here, and I found out what we're doing, and I'm amazed. I'm honored. I came here in Branson and played back in the 70s. And I came to Branson in 1990. We bought the old Plummer Theater over there, and we tore it down and built the Americana Theater. And we had some great times there. Had a great partner, Max Stringfellow, who helped me helped me get the theater, and then I bought him out. He helped me do that. And I was a theater owner for several years. And that added to a couple years on my life right there. But I learned a lot, and I sold the theater and did very well. I sold the theater and went to different theaters. But I remember in 1990 we opened up, and all of a sudden we did 60 Minutes. And the TV show 60 Minutes. And I never forget, Mel Tilley said, "We're making $60 million a year." And boy, did that open up the doors. Everybody came. And everybody came in, and they all came to my show and to see what we were doing, you know. And Mel and Mickey Gilley were here before I was. Clay Cooper's been here a long time. But I want to tell you a quick story. I campaigned with the Bushes, the Bush family, George H. Bush. They were dear friends of mine. He and Barbara were just very close. I campaigned with them, and I went to the White House twice, spent the night. I went to Kennebunkport, went all the places. And we were at Camp David up in Maryland, and spent the weekend. and we sit down to eat, and he said, "Now I want you to tell us about this Branson place." And I said, "Yeah, it's yes, sir." I said, "It's really something." I said, "They got shows and they got all the entertainment." He said, "Well, I'm going to come down there one day." So about a month or so after that, he called me, and he called me quite often. We campaign and everything, and it'd be the President of the United States who'd like to talk to Mo Bandy. And so he said, "Mo, we're coming to Branson." He said, "We're going to come to Branson." He said, "We want you to sing Americana at the Republican convention in Houston, and then we're going to come to Branson. But," he said, "I want you to make this your deal." He says, "You do the press conference and the whole deal." So I did. I called a press conference and told everybody about it, and it was very exciting. And the president came to Branson and the Americana Theater in Barbara, and what a thrill that was for our town, for everybody. I remember riding in the limousine down the strip, and everybody was lined up as far as you could see on that strip. And it was just a big moment. And we did a rally out at Silver Dollar City. Had a whole bunch of people out there. And we just, was a great time for the city. But I want to thank y'all, and I'm really proud. We were talking earlier about the board here and all the good people and the direction that you guys are going. I think that's really good. I like what y'all are doing. And I think Branson will just keep growing and growing and just get bigger all the time. And I am so honored and thrilled. My lovely wife Tammy is with me here today. And I am so honored and thrilled. And I see a few people that were in my band, several of them that worked with me over the years, and these great musicians that I've had, and it's great. I'm getting a little long in the tooth. I just turned 80 in February, so but I'm still kicking. So I'm still traveling, still doing shows. But folks, it's very special to me. It really means a lot. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for those nice words, Mo.
Move to adjourn.
What do you say? Move to adjourn. Oh, not yet. This time I'm going to ask Dr. Jack Harris to come to the podium. Dr. Harris is the principal of our Branson High School, and many of us just returned from a STEM liner trip down to Houston, Texas, to NASA. And Dr. Harris joined us on that trip, and I'd ask him to share a few words.
Mayor Milton, thanks for the invitation. I'm good, Clay. You know, if you've got kids in school, you know I have to speak at a lot of board meetings, but I never had to follow Mo Bandy. Even with that, this was such an amazing experience and opportunity for our kids. We want to thank, there's just kind of what I wanted to do here was talk a little bit about what the STEM liner trip was. Just very briefly go over that. Talk about just all the many folks around this area who we need to be thankful for and really appreciate and honor those that gave so much for this trip to take place. And then talk about how this trip is going to impact the future of our students and kind of what they have with moving forward. First off, this trip was put on by a group called Tribute to Valor, which is a group that is sponsored by Gary Luttrell, who's a Medal of Honor recipient who received that commendation for his service in valor during the Vietnam conflict. Mr. Luttrell was with our students the entire time, and his 6 core values that he talks about are what was really imprinted upon me and the group of students. We had about 50 students from Branson High School. We had students from Trinity schools. We had students from School of the Ozarks, College of the Ozarks, Springfield schools. I think there was even some Ozark Tigers in there, but we won't talk about them. But With that being said, just a tremendous opportunity for our kids. Kind of what it was, the STEM liner. So it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We were able to go and partner that with a great deal of character education. Again, being around Medal of Honor recipients, astronauts like Chris Cassidy. Those are some of the real highlights of the trip. But they flew us out of the Branson airport last Sunday now, I guess it was, for a trip down to Houston, Texas. We went to the Johnson Space Center down in Houston, Texas. We were able to get a lot of backstage, if you will, experiences with again, astronauts, Navy SEALs, people that, just wanted to pour into our students. And it was just tremendous the entire time. Just the level of access that we were able to, that was afforded us. And then also just the many opportunities that our kids got to have in the STEM field. So when you partner character education, patriotic education, and these STEM values that this group talked about, it was just a no-brainer for our students. As far as the thank yous that need to happen, there were so many different folks who, and people from across our community that gave for this trip to take place. I know the Taney County Economic Development Board did a great job of coming through with some things. Just personally, I know Chief Schmidt went along with us as well. Mayor Milton and his wife both accompanied the group. Mr. Alex Williams, who's on our school board, also accompanied this group. He is on the Tribute to Valor board as well. And so there were so many people just along the way that made this happen. And again, just a great opportunity for our kids. As far as moving forward and what this means for our students, really, we tried to narrow in on some kids who didn't have this type of opportunity afforded to them in the past. So a group of students who really found themselves fortunate and very, very appreciative of the time and the energy and the efforts that were spent on them. And the highlight, the real highlight of the trip, again, there were so many different unbelievable people that we were able to hear their testament and hear their story. But at the same time, the best part of it, and Mayor Milton may agree with this, was there was one evening where we were able to have some of the students come forward and talk about a specific core value from the 6 core values of the Medal of Honor recipients, and they talked about how this trip impacted them. And so that is something that I won't forget for a long time, and also something that I know will be imprinted on the hearts and minds of our students, and just a great opportunity. And I cannot thank this board and for you all's efforts with it, for the mayor, and for just all those that were involved with this trip. I cannot thank you enough for this opportunity. So I just wanted to come up and say we appreciate that, sir.
Thank
I'd be
you
happy
so
to
much.
take any questions.
We are already planning on our next STEM liner, which I think we're going to move it back to April. And Jim and Gary are flying back in a couple of weeks to have a meeting. And if you're available, I'd love to have you join in on that.
Very good.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
thank you again so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Harris, before you leave, Mr. Mayor, I'd just
Yeah.
like to make a point.
Sure.
Not only is he the principal of Branson High School, but he is the 2024 Missouri Principal of the Year, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that.
Thank you, Dr. LeBlanc. That's enough. It's been such an honor. I look up here and I look out in the crowd. I see so many of you all, and I've had your children as students at Branson High School, and I tell folks all the time that Branson's really struggled to get rid of me. I've been a K-12 Branson graduate, and then been able to coach, teach, and be just administrator in this district and in this community, and it's certainly a blessing. And so I appreciate you all sharing your children with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Hillary, we have speakers tonight?
Yes, sir. We have 4 speakers signed up.
Okay. So this is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear from citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Please note the clerk will let the speakers know when they have 30 seconds left, and a notification will sound when their time is up. We ask that speakers wrap up their comments upon hearing the 30-second warning. If a speaker would like a board member to bring an item from the consent agenda down for additional discussion, Please note this during public comments. Madam Clerk, who do we have?
Our first speaker is Deanna Slatton, speaking on health safety.
I come here tonight to see if you all got the information that I gave to Holly. I emailed her all the information as far as documents and everything that I've been bringing and talking to y'all about. Did y'all get anything from her?
I've had a discussion with Holly, yeah.
You have had a discussion with her? And did you look over the stuff that we sent?
Yes.
My next question is, how do you feel about that?
I feel that this board is doing everything that is required of this board. We take our roles very seriously.
Okay,
We only have control of what's within the city limits of Branson, Missouri.
okay. Now, you do have some control as far as the shots and the 5G and all of that stuff. You do have some control there.
Deanna?
You can do the Chapter 34, which I've brought numerous times. You can do that, and we can do the investigations and see if that stuff is messed up.
Deanna? We cannot. I know you've said that many, many times.
But it's in our code. It's in our city code
It's
that we
not.
can do that.
It is not.
Okay?
We also are bound by federal regulations and state regulations, right?
You
So
do
I
have
know
some
you feel
control.
that
I know
way.
y'all say that the FCC has control, but you actually have control through the contracts.
Okay, let's agree we don't agree. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
We can agree not to agree, but the thing is, these people out here need to know what's going on with all this
Deanna,
stuff. The
these
5G
people-
wireless is deadly.
Deanna?
It is deadly.
Deanna.
And there is a phone that you carry in your hand.
Chad, would you cut
That
off her
is
mic,
part of
please?
your body part.
Deanna, I've asked you to stop talking because you're not listening. We have heard your message many, many times. I know you believe what you say. I know you do. I know you do. There's not, Deanna, it's time to listen, please. I know you have strong opinions. I don't know of, quite honestly, I don't know of anybody, you're not listening, you're talking. Deanna? Time out. Time out. Deanna? Deanna, I know you believe what you say. I'm going to suggest to you that neither myself nor anybody else that I know of agrees with you. It's okay to have an opinion, but you show up to these meetings. We are connected. So if there's anything you want to talk about that affects our city, Deanna, why do you think the county commissioners won't return your call and they won't listen to you? You've talked to the sheriffs, you've talked to, I don't know, I think you've gone to the state people? Okay. We're not going to continue to listen to the same message over and over. You've had an opportunity. Okay. Deanna? if you plan on attending another meeting. Okay. If- Okay, just a heads up. If you plan on attending our next meeting with the same messaging, I'm going to prevent you from speaking. No, I am not. Deanna, your time is up. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, our next speaker is Gary Groman, speaking on things and priority.
Good evening. As I'm driving west on 76, there's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. I get to the corner of Fall Creek Road and 76, and I make a left into one of the most congested areas on Fall Creek Road, where you've got the people coming out of Legends and Hertz, you got people coming out of the park, and what's the first thing I see is a sign that says 45 miles an hour. So as I'm speeding up to 45 miles an hour, I'm going right into that traffic. And how long does that 45 miles an hour last? It lasts for about a mile. Then it goes back to 35 for the rest of Fall Creek Road. In addition, when that 35 mile an hour starts, there's a dip, and it comes up right there where the yellow route comes out. Very few people are going 35 miles an hour. They're going a lot faster. If you don't see them coming over that dip, it's just an accident waiting to happen. My request is, why can't we have it 35 miles an hour? What is the overwhelming need? Who in the right mind thinks that we have to increase it to 45 miles an hour for that 1 mile? Why? Also, although at my age I forget the statistics, but as each 5 miles an hour the speed limit goes up, the accidents, the injuries, and the deaths increase. I did talk to Mike, and Mike said he's going to look into it, but in due diligence, I want to see this thing all the way through. I have to know why we have to have that 45-mile-an-hour speed limit right there.
Gary?
Yes, sir.
You've brought this up before.
Yes.
I agree with you. I don't know. I think it's a very valid point. And my city administrator tells me she's going to check into it, and before our next meeting, you won't be able to stand up here and bring it because you'll have answers. I promise you that.
Okay, appreciate that.
You have something else?
Yes, I do. Tonight, somewhere along the way, we're going to be discussing the establishment of a legal department, and with a $250,000 expenditure. When I was doing the research in that, I went to look and say, well, hey, what's the need for it? What's this money going to be used for? And what do I see? There's a one-liner there. We're going to establish a department. We could just as well say, I want $250,000 to have a Christmas party. But there was no justification at all for that. I would suggest if we're going to have that kind of item with $250,000, and we're going to establish a new department in the city, that perhaps we might want to move it up to the front of the agenda. Not tonight, obviously that's not appropriate, but why wouldn't that be at the front of the agenda rather than the end of the agenda? I think I know why, because a lot of these people won't be here when that thing comes up tonight. They'll be home probably watching TV.
Gary, the way the agenda is set, my understanding is,
I
know, but let me just share with you. As items come up, I don't want to interrupt your call.
No. That was my pills. I forgot to shut that alarm off. I apologize for that. I'll get them when I get home.
So Gary, the way we set the agenda is as we're building the agenda for next Tuesday, as items get done, they go into our computer and they get listed. And so as we complete the information, they just get listed in that order that they're ready to be presented.
I think if they could be weighted. What's more important to the community? What's a mere administrative scrivener thing? I know we've got some things, a lot of people here tonight for Elevate Branson, and I understand that. But I think if we're going to do something like that, establish a new department, and we're talking about $250,000, that's worthy of drawing people's attention to it and giving people putting it up on the top of the agenda. But that's just me.
Good.
And I appreciate so much the stand that you're finally taking regarding the speaking of public comment. Public comment is not for me to come up here and ask you questions and have you guys answer questions. That's not what our ordinance says. It's for me to come up, speak my piece, and if you've got questions of me, you ask me. I don't ask you, you ask me. Now, if I ask you, I have to go through the mayor.
That's right.
And if the mayor doesn't say anything, that's the end of it, right?
That's correct.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Carrie Brown, speaking on Elevate Branson.
Madam Clerk, I've been asked for a point of order. Should discussions on an agenda item be discussed during the agenda item?
Yes, sir.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Who else you have, Hill?
Our final speaker is Robert Brim, speaking on Come to Jesus Time.
Good evening, everyone. I know most of you. I want to welcome the two new councilmen. I'm looking forward to working with y'all. I'd like to start out with saying that you guys do a fantastic job. From what happened prior to you all being on this board, whenever people said they'd get back with you, I'm sure you remember, Larry.
Yes, I do.
And they never got back with you. That's eliminated now, and that's pretty cool. Now, on the local level, everything's looking good. Unfortunately, we have a whole world that we're, on the earth, we're across, and we're part of that. So I came in to tell a little story that is pertinent to Branson, but it came here kind of a long way around. In 2019, in September 23, I received a call after several international businesses, and you'll understand the international business part, went dark, just immediately, right in the middle of everything, saying something was coming, they just had to stop. So I had to accept that. On the 23rd of September, I received a communication and invited me in to be part of a group that I was not familiar with, and the topic that I was. I've got 20 years in electromagnetic field radiation. I've had conferences here in Branson, and I drew 660 people from the world. Had to fight them to get my translation machines back before they took them home with them. I don't know what they're going to do with them. But anyway, I wanted to tell a little story about it went on. I got going on it and stuff, and they created Space Force. Donald Trump created a Space Force on December 20th of 2019. So wasn't much going on and everything, and I was in charge of just kind of watching for stuff to go. And so about February 11th on 2020, I went into the Mel Tillis Theater, giving a potential show owner a possibility to use that theater. I walked through it was quiet as a mouse. And I just couldn't believe that, anybody'd be in there. And there was some stuff in there, and it looked like maybe any musician or a magician, in that theater. When we reached the dressing room area, one of the girls opened the door and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know anybody was in here." Well, the property manager had not caught up with me yet because the person that connected didn't get connected. But the door was open. She said it'd be open, go in. So we were done. I was coming out, and I'm trying to make this quick, so may have to talk a little faster in my time. I will. I called Lisa Marshall at the health department, told her what was going on. Could you go check these people, please, because they're here from China freshly. And about that time, we knew that there was something going on in China, but we didn't quite know what it was yet. So she said at that time that she didn't have any power to do that. So she sent me to Missouri Health and Senior Services. They sent me to CDC, and they sent me to World Health Organization. But I got through those calls, I realized there was kind of what was going on. In China, when I was watching the webcams in the different countries I was in charge of, because I became a American Patriot. I worked my way up to International American Patriot now, and I've served 23,017 hours as of today. I learned a lot for a hillbilly guy out of Branson. Of course, I'm off the farm. I went to University of Missouri, took veterinary medicine and music. Music wins. So, naturally. So anyway, I contacted people I need to contact, and I've been working on this ever since. I was talking to you, Larry, talking to you, Marshall, about what's kind of going on. And we discussed it a lot, Larry, and you gave me some advice, and I accomplished that advice. And it's talked about on the mainstream media a little bit now. But the bottom line is we are under attack, like Deanna says. Now, there's a way to present better, maybe, and a way not to present, but she became a great speaker, as you asked. We need better speakers. She's become a really good speaker. And the microphone's good. Whenever you can still hear her without it. Anyway, long story short, and this is city business. Now, you're in charge of the retail licensing, and you can make an adjustment to that with an adjustment and be done with anything that would hurt humans or hurt anybody after we know about it. The 5G tower contract's really simple. I think you must have just got the header because it reversed back to the 2007 contract where the meat of the contract is. I don't know if you ever got to read it or not. But there's a section there about producing harmful substances. So something that would be harmful to frequency, which the Earth is tuned at 7.85 hertz. And these frequencies are way above and below that, which are interesting. I won't get on that discussion. But 17 First Amendment violations drawn on me. I'm copied, dated, timestamp, talked to people here about it. It happened whenever Kathy Sepp was appointed. It never happened other than a mistake or a misspeak. And we didn't call it out. You know, we might have told you about it, but we didn't make it an issue. But 17 is a lot. I called you on the first one, remember? Yes, I did. And it's top now because I was cut off from public speaking. In other words, the comments that we used to make, because I need to do this stuff virtually because I'm involved in a lot of places. I'm working in 3,005 counties, 50 states, 347,000 cities. That's 0 or 30 seconds?
That's 0.
Okay. Well, good to see y'all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them now while I'm here.
Thank you, Robert.
Is that it? No questions? All right, well, thank you. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the board would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the May 9th, 2024 special meeting, May 14th, 2024 study session, and May 14th, 2024 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Planning Commission minutes for the April 2nd, 2024 meeting. Acknowledgement of disbursements for April 17th, 2024 through May 20th, 2024. Final reading of Bill Number 6443, an ordinance approving payment of incentive fees to ASM Global Branson Convention Center's management company in accordance with the terms of the management services contract. And final reading of Bill Number 6444, an ordinance accepting the donation of land and lift station to the City of Branson from Point Royale Property Owners Association Incorporated. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Do I have a motion approving all the items on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Lucas? Yes. Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is an update on West 76 Country Boulevard.
Great. We're going to begin with a staff report from Mr. Michael Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. I'm honored today to be part of the project that we're going to talk about. Just over a year ago, I took over department and started really working on our roles and responsibilities as we go through city government. We returned to corporate agreements. We followed our roles and responsibilities. We updated a project timeline. We set a budget. We agreed upon operational, maintenance, and city cost expenditures. And we started operating at a different speed on this project. Tonight's goal is just to provide the newest Board of Aldermen a background history on 76, where we are today, and where we're headed for tomorrow. Staff wants to take just a moment and acknowledge some of the greatest achievements that are being had in just the last few weeks. The state appropriation of the 2024 legislative with Representative Brad Hudson, Representative Brian Stites, and Speaker Dean Polcher gave us a recorded amount of $6.2 million for this project for segment 1 and 2. I wanted to take a moment that it was a collective effort by administration, Kathy, Alex, Chris Rope, Board of Aldermen, Mayor, Gail Meyer, Ann McDowell, Jonas and Monica at the Chamber, Carla Essinger, and it takes a village to make this project get off the ground. We also applied for a TAP grant. We received over $400,000 worth of funding on behalf of Great River Engineering and Cheryl Harrison's accomplishment. We also applied for more money that was put on the table to go back to segment 3 and make safer streets that we're going to talk about today. I am optimistic with the support and your support that we'll get some more funding. Today, we hope that this education series provides a background history for all that watch. West 76 was the vision. Improvements to increase safety and business activity. An enhanced streetscape would include better pedestrian automotive circulation, beautification, updated design, and functionality. Some of the key roles in there were relocate utilities underground, enhance pedestrian safety, sidewalks, ADA, and finally crosswalks. We believe in growing business success, and that's one of the roles of this. Update and improve the visual appeal, improve our water line volume, reliability, and control. So we have safe firefighting and safe drinking water for all on the Strip. And lastly, promote economic growth. It's important that many people don't understand the difference in the 76 segments. The segments, there are 6 segments. There are a possibility of a 7th and 8th segment in the future. Segment 1 starts out by the Butterfly Palace and works its way through to segment 2. Segment 3 was the first segment that was completed, and that is the green segment that is there. We are fastly approaching segment 1 and 2's completion of design and also headed to construction. The cooperative agreements, roles, and responsibilities I spoke to in the very beginning, we did a reset to go back to whose responsibility it is for each role. The CID has responsibility and the city has responsibility. The CID duties include maintaining the sales tax, fund the CID project, operation and maintenance services if shortfalled on city funds or when debt was paid off, certain CID administrative services, review limited portions of the CID public improvements. That's important to understand their role in this project. They take an active part in creative development of aspect program layer 2, gateways and icons in program layer 6. All other of the aspects of the CID public improvement are not subject to the CID review and approval, but we do share all that information. City duties, collection, implementation, and enforcement of sales tax. There is a list that goes on down the side and on and on. We would like to also acknowledge that we host public monthly 76 meetings the last Wednesday of the month at 1:30, and they're also recorded for all to view online. The design and construction of the CID project will be city-led as it is aligned in the documents. A little bit of history for 76 Community Improvement District. The petition was filed on December 3rd of 2015. Initially, as we talked about in the very beginning, the green section, segment 3, was only 26 property owners. The CID board was set up and governed by 7 members, including 3 city representatives. Today's board consists of Chuck O'Day as the chair, Bill Young, Brian Cussabon, and Mike Patrick. The city representatives are Mayor Milton, Kathy Stepp, and Alex Gerard. And I thank you for their support as we have realigned our vision. Past members include Gail Meyer, that was acting chair till just recently, Steve Presley, that retired, and Alderman Cooper. They're authorized to impose a 1% sales tax. This tax is important to talk about, that 1% taxing is only on the businesses that are in the district and is imposed on people that are shopping at their businesses or viewing entertainment at their businesses. The CID was established by the Board of Aldermen on March 8th of 2016. City incurred initial cost of $16 million on CID-related items. The city CID cooperative agreement was approved April 10th of 2018. This has included an agreement to repay the city $9.2 million. I would like to announce, and we have announced in previous study sessions, that $6 million was reimbursed to the city as January of 2024. CID annexation of segments 1 and 2 and 4 through 6 was approved June 9th of 2020. I created a structured timeline that gives a little bit better representation of all those words that are on there as we went through. You started out in 2014 and you moved forward. You moved forward to creating the SID. You began construction on segment 3. You paused construction. You had taxes. You had added segments 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. A reminder that the original segment was only segment 3. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 were added in 2020. Segment 3 was officially completed in 2020, but it still had many pieces to finish up. Undergrounding the utility lines was one of them. An RFQ in 2021 was sent out for segments 1 and 2, and that's important to think about. Bids for undergrounding came January 5th of 2022 for $1.9 million. A lot of people say, well, you've already undergrounded. We undergrounded city services, which would be the water. This includes all your telephone services, fiber services, gas services, electric services, and if you know this or not, Branson has 2 electric services that are up there. Each one of those are in negotiation. In February 2022, information was presented to the CID and BOA. May of 2022, the undergrounding was complete. And July 13th of 2022, there was a ribbon cutting. These pictures below represent the work and progress that has been on there. It's also important to acknowledge that the street name changed to West 76 Country Boulevard. This is when the city took over the road, and now MoDOT no longer has control of that road. Some great pictures are on the bottom of before and afters of what our city can look like as we do each one of those pieces. It is not only the image, but it is also the economic impact, it is also the safety aspect, and the ribbon cutting. We fast forward very quickly to my time, I guess we would say it, or as I came along. July of 2022, Great River was selected for design segments of 1 and 2. 4 design sessions were held from September to January of 22 to 23. In February of 2023, Great River turned in 30% completion plans. Funding discussions started in March, returning to the roles and responsibilities, updating the project line, and updating the budget. By September, we were on our way. We reviewed and processed undergrounding plans, utility corridor, water line plans, utility banks, roadway plans, landscape plans, meetings with owners, citizen serve review, which is our internal services with our building departments, planning approval, fire and police approval, and finally, stormwater plans. In February of 2023, we signed a contract with Universal Field Services, and I'm going to highlight that a little bit later. They're responsible for easement acquisitions. We're working not only in the right-of-way, but we're also asking for little parts so we can do construction activities that we'll release back to the owners. April of 2024, utility adjustments were started. This is important to notice that this time we didn't wait till after the project had begun. We're doing the project before the shovels in the ground. Utility adjustments with electric companies we will be presenting to the 76 board and later on to the Board of Aldermen. Gas, fiber, cable, phone, and internet. Forward thinking when fiber wanted to come to say, hang on for 6 months and we'll get you a spot so we didn't have to pay to relocate fiber in segment 1 and 2. Upcoming June through October is final plans, bid documentation, and 76 ECID project bonding. They must bond the money to get this project off the ground. They have incoming taxes around $5 million a year. Upcoming November and December, you'll see construction contracts be made, and hopefully by January of 2025, be shovels in the ground. I wanted to highlight this in case anybody had some particular questions about it. This is the original construction schedule when the document was signed. The one that is below is the construction schedule that we worked on very diligently recently. As you can see, segment 1 and 2 are underway. Segment 3 is completed. Segment 4, 5, and 6 are yet to come. When we talk about segment 1 and 2, I wanted to show you a lot of visual pictures now. So we're going to hustle through some pictures so Kathy doesn't yell at me for my 31 slides this evening. So 76 Country Boulevard and Shepherd of the Hills Parkway down towards Hampton, kind of ending just short of there is segment 1. Segment 2, Bigfoot attraction all the way down to the Ferris wheel. So we're connecting the pieces. I wanted to highlight some of the pictures. So these were business leaders that were all invited along with constituents to say, what is it that you envision for the project? This was held by Great River Engineering, and as you can see, there were many, many, many business leaders and people in segment 1 and 2 and other segments there. It was highly productive, and it led us to our design and vision that we have today. Out of those meetings came 4 different points: honoring the Ozark, wish you were here, the playful path, and whimsical wonder. At a chamber event, the concept was reviewed with all the advisors, all the stakeholders, and all that wanted to attend in 2023. What's interesting is you could scan this and actually have a vote. At the end, whimsical wonder won the hearts of our constituents, and that's what our design team ran forward with. We worked on water lines, duck banks, and road layout. Some of these pictures aren't very interesting. You start out with a black and white color. You look at what fire trucks can do, what Kendall's water lines can do underneath, what duck banks, what future needs you need, what fiber needs you need. And you move forward to a vision. You move forward to activation zones. We had multiple zones that were in there. We approached different business owners and tried to come up with a plan that would not only benefit them, but would benefit our community, our visitors, and our friends. We looked at medians. This is one that holds near and dear to me. We talked about 20-foot lanes, including truck aprons. We talked about slowing down vehicles as you get close. We talked about doing Z crossings. We talked about normal crosswalks that exist today. And then we added another layer that I successfully fought for, which was the Hawk system. The Hawk system is the image on your right. It is truly a system to acknowledge. It is similar to a stoplight. It has the same repercussions for a driver as a stoplight. We have a wonderful strip with lots to look around, but distracted driving, hopefully this is one more piece to protect our pedestrians. Then, as you see here, one of the islands came to life. The Z crossing was there. And now you see images of what the future could look like. Will the post look exactly like that? We will see. But the people will be safe. We worked on the activation centers, the Hughes, the Lodge, multiple areas up and down the strip, the toy museum. We worked with the business owners to the best of our ability to not only protect taxpayers' money, but protect the vision and protect the city's liability. This is one of the visions that is coming true. Relaxation zones, spots to walk. As you all know, traveling down segment 3, I was a non-believer in sidewalks. I've said that before in front of you. I was like, nobody will use the sidewalk. I beg to differ. Go walk, go drive segment 3 and look how many people are walking back and forth between all the different businesses, from Clay Cooper to Presley's to across the street to the Putt Putt to Chick-fil-A, and you see business reemergence. That is the important thing to realize. As we invest money into our strip, you saw Cheddar's come in. You saw Chick-fil-A come in. Those improvements that you saw in 76 did not cost the taxpayers a single dollar. We asked them, welcome to segment 3, it's complete, and now please take care of our vision. Go forward with our documents. Time to highlight where we are with our partners. I am privileged and blessed to work with over 16 design professionals that have won multiple awards across the country. Great River Engineering is one of those. They were tasked with 9 tasks in their contract. As you can see, the ones that are not underlined, they have finished or completed or final polishing touches on there. We are excited for bidding. We are excited for advancement in TAP applications. We are after taxpayers' money without costing local taxpayers. Universal was brought on. I highlighted that in the beginning. That's part of this speech today, is to let you know that if you have not been approached and you're a business owner in there, we are knocking on your door very hard and we're searching for you. We gave them the notice to proceed. They're well through task 3. We also, when we sent out, we were as transparent as we could get. It was important to me that the communication lines sometimes don't run as fast as the project plans have ran in segment 1 and 2. We sent out letters to each person. The 76th Entertainment District, on behalf of Ann McDowell, gave us a courtesy letter that explains some of the things that we're explaining here today. It explains the vision for the project. It explains the need for the project. At any time today, I ran this momentarily before this, and I thank Chad for reloading my project. We have an overall look at the project that's on there. These are all easements. You can see that we've made contacts in the yellow. Green is negotiation, and blue is still researching. As I can see from here, we have 12 people we have yet to receive out of the 69 that are in there. Easements signed are 0/49, and that's for a reason. It's to make sure the corridor matches the vision, and make sure that if your neighbor needs an adjustment, your adjustment, and we sign them all at once. We're happy for all the businesses and visitors to be our partners. One more thing that's super exciting, and if we weren't swallowing enough from the water hose, as I tell Kathy, 76 and 165 Gretna intersection we released. That came back with qualified bidders. CJW won that. This intersection is one of the gateways that wasn't finished in segment 3. This is a gateway section we're gonna finish up. With cooperation between the city, MoDOT, and also the ECID, we hope in the upper left-hand corner are some of the visionaries of what that signal could look like, and then the ones that are in the bottom of the left are ones that I've actually seen in Kansas City and throughout the United States. We hope to bring a true gateway to the city. Heading towards the finish line in segment 1 and 2, the few items to finish up: DNR water plan approval, citizen serve final 100% plans approval, plans of utility adjustments, comments are coming in now, negotiations are next. Street light and wayfinding plans and bonding of the 76. Final construction documents, bidding for construction, contract for construction, and notice to proceed. As you see, we still have lots of work ahead of us. I'm happy to answer any questions this evening, but I hope that this gave you a brief glimpse into what 76 is, was, and is going to become. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Michael, I'm going to thank you so much. You have taken a very complex project, and in my opinion, you've succinctly broken it down to share a lot of what has been done, where we're currently at, some visuals, the benchmarks of where we have to go, and I compliment your timing. The plan today is, you saw the list of things still needed. The plan is to go out to bid for segments 1 and 2, November.
December, November, December. October, the final plan should be done. Should be out in November. Bids back in December, and acceptance right there. All right by January.
Yeah, so we're looking real close to start physical construction right after the first of the year. Generally speaking, the 76 CID improvements are north of $100 million. It's a lot of money. Our our contract estimates for segments 1 and 2 is about $35 million, which is a lot of money. The money is coming from the 76 CID. It's not coming from the taxpayers. I believe the only taxpayer responsibility was to put in the water lines, right, up and down both sides. And that was for a combination of public safety and water pressure. So at this time, is there anybody in the audience have any questions for Michael about this project?
Michael, if I can, I'd just like to echo the comments of the mayor. I think as our engineer, you've just done a fantastic job of wrestling this thing to the ground, seeing the details that need to be addressed and keeping things in control. It's been a pleasure listening to you at the CID meetings. I think it's fantastic what you're doing for the city, and for those that think this is a big project, at the same time you're managing the project that's going on downtown for Phase 4. So you got a lot of things going on in your department. So thank you.
Glenn, excuse me, I think we had somebody in the audience. Did somebody want to speak? I'm sorry, would you come up to the microphone? We have people listening online also. Thank you very much. And if you would just state your name, please.
My name is Joy Brown.
Hi, Joy.
I just wanted to say that over the recent years, I've been very impressed with the changes in downtown Branson, especially down around the post office and all of that, with just giving more of a sense of openness to it and just a lot more color. And anyway, my question was, which I think you answered, is that would the rest of this project be similar to that, and was it actually a part of it, what had happened there?
Are you referring to downtown or to 76?
I was referring to the changes that have already occurred in the downtown.
That's something that, Michael, in addition to all this, Michael, you want to answer?
I'll speak to it.
Yeah.
Really quickly. So downtown is a separate project, but we released the RFQ. Great River Engineering was selected for that. Hopefully on that project too, because we don't have enough going on. We're going to make that January 1st too, with the completion in March. So along with fire stations and police stations. And again, I am humbled and I am super appreciative to Kathy and Alex. They provide the support that I could only dream of in any other community, the mayor, the board. You guys really let me go and let me try to do the best thing with our taxpayers' money. There are exciting things. Downtown is not being forgotten by any means. They have their own SID and their own groups, so multiple different groups throughout the city. But we're excited for the street improvements that'll be downtown that you should see over the winter, along with sidewalk and ADA improvements. And of course, water line for the businesses as aging infrastructure.
And I can tell you, Michael, the downtown merchants are looking forward to the information meeting because I've had a number of them ask me for the date again for that project. So looking forward to that.
Anybody else from the audience have any questions? Yes.
Hi, Bobby Wydeen. Okay, this guy needs a big round of applause for all his hard work.
Bob, you kind of beat, that was kind of my next thing. I was going to brag on Michael because you're always so good at details and presenting. I mean, a lot of these people have probably never seen anything about this, and you put it together so crystal clear that somebody's seen it for the first time is like, okay, I can follow along. And you just really continue. I mean, every time he's up there, he just nails it. You're right on point, and I'm done bragging on you.
I appreciate that, Alderman Cooper. I do not pay for these responses, and I'm up here for 3 more items, so we're together for a moment. So
You're on the next 3 items?
that's correct.
Oh. So if you haven't heard enough from him, you're going to have an opportunity.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a comment that, and this was, I'd gotten a little private kind of snapshot of this upstairs a couple weeks ago. To the community at large, you have repeatedly requested crosswalks and different things on the 76 because of the danger and the amount of traffic that's there. And not only are we doing crosswalks, but it's my understanding these are the safest crosswalk designs that you guys have sourced and sought out and things like that. And they're really extra special in the sense that it not only gives the approaching vehicles, but also the pedestrians like multiple opportunities to think ahead. And so I just want to commend you on sourcing that and bringing that to our community and to this design.
It's lots of layers. I'm excited to see once we put all these layers together and we implement it. Jeremy Jackson has been instrumental in the Z crossing part, and then we added the Hawk system to it, the lighting, some of the elevated surfaces that trucks and cars will definitely realize they're way too close to be at. So I'm excited to see that vision, and hope we're all there cutting the ribbon and have a safe environment for everyone.
Yeah. And in the spirit of openness and transparency, as Michael mentioned, several months ago, we started recording these monthly meetings. It's called 76 CID. So our monthly meetings with the board that are making these decisions, they're all available to you online, right? They're on our bransonmo.gov website. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Robert, come on up.
My name is Robert Brim. I was on the Transportation Committee at the Branson Chamber for 6 years, developed the Branson Trip project for Branson, which is the in-ground system to track traffic and show weather conditions and things like that. Question I did have, we had a lot of federal regulations to follow on the route system and the colors. We actually had to change one to make the red route. It was a diamond, but they thought it looked like a stop sign, so we had to change that. Question I have is on the crosswalks downtown, they're all pretty and brick, but they don't meet or they don't appear to be a crosswalk per se. I noticed that the city of Springfield does the same thing. It looks really pretty, but there's no yellow lines or anything designating there's a crosswalk there. And I don't know how many people in here would know a brick area without the stoplight or sign would be a crosswalk.
Thank you, Robert.
So we look forward to addressing those concerns on Main Street as we get into there. So definitely, it's brick right now, and we're going to go with a different surface and different markings for that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Are there any questions, comments from the board, other than Michael's great?
Mr. Mayor. First off, Representative Seitz, who you mentioned, I appreciate that. He sends his regards. He couldn't be here tonight. Michael, that corner picture there in the bottom right with the music notes and the piano keys, am I going to see that when the project's done?
oh, you will, absolutely. It's in
Okay.
front of the Hughes Theater.
Great, great. I'll share my heart with you for a second, Michael. I don't serve on the CID. All of us can't serve on every committee. I'm on the Chamber Board and I'm on the Parks Board. I was at the Design Charrette. You had my picture up there. And I've kind of been hammering the table every time that I've been able to talk to Great River. Michael, it's called West 76 Country Boulevard, not because it refers to out in the country. It refers to what Mr. Mo Bandy built, what Clay does, what the Presleys built. It's a music road, right? When originally in the design, they had talked about, you know, you can turn your radio to a certain dial and you're going to hear music, that kind of thing. What I kind of hammered the table and said is we need to see visual representations of music, right? So as I love seeing that. Michael, could you give me one sentence on what whimsical wonder means?
It is the Ozarks.
It is the
It's a magical place to come visit for many, many generations.
Okay.
You just make that up.
I did.
That was pretty good.
My directors don't like.
Ladies
the other
and gentlemen,
directors don't
Michael
like I hit
Wood.
shots, so.
That wasn't bad, man.
Yeah, I like it.
Wasn't
So,
bad.
Michael, my heartburn has been that I hope that at the very end of this project, we see a number of visual representations of music on our music road there. And I'm seeing that, and so that's just, it's been difficult for me because I don't serve on the CID to make sure that that's is followed through on. So, yeah, that's kind of, that's, you know, you see where I'm getting at there, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you'll see it, for sure.
Okay.
I know you'll see it.
Any other members of the board?
Is there a, I mean, I know this is, we're way beyond, you got a lot of segments to fix, but segment 3 where we're at was kind of like the test. Is there any thought of going back once it's all done and adding some little pretty things here and there that kind of didn't happen?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that we kind of highlighted for a little bit. The tap that we applied for, the second tap that we applied for will change out your crosswalks to this vision that's there. Also, as the funding goes along and the next sections get done, they can sprinkle things back through as stuff gets paid off, for sure.
Clay, we have brought that up at some of our meetings, that segment 3, when it was completed, didn't appear to have the wows. Like, this looks wow, right?
Once everything else is wowed, we may look like, what's going on in that old part of town?
So they can skip your segment.
Yeah.
So the visitors can skip your segment.
Yes.
And spend more time in everybody else's.
That's
business.
a great idea, Mayor. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I got Clay taken care of. Hearing none, are we to just approve? Nothing? Just an update? Michael, thank you. We'll move on to item number 7.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6445, an ordinance approving a memorandum of understanding between the Taney County Ambulance District and the City of Branson to exchange land.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill Number 6445. We will begin with the staff report from Michael Woods.
This memorandum of understanding, or MOU, is the purpose for both parties to enter in discussion concerning TCAD and the city exchange for respective property. I'm required to read some of this. So this will ensure an even exchange between the parties. TCAD will be permitted to remain in the 303 Cedar Street property for 2 years to permit time for the construction of its new facility to be located at 3500 Cedar Street. This MOU is non-binding and is for the purposes of TCAD and the city to enter into further discussions. The reason I bring this to the board is because you're going to be encumbering future boards beyond you. I'm going to walk through what the proposed is and a little bit of history about what happened here. TCAD station number 2 is very close to Alderman Cooper's jamboree, I guess. Whatever you want to call it. So,
it's a theater.
There we go. I can only do one perfect at a time. So this building was built in 1983. It was built as a county fire station. It's kind of interesting. We used it as a fire station in the city of Branson. Then we sold it to TCAD. And now we're talking about doing a little switcheroo. It's about 0.35 acres, and the other property they're looking at is 2.27 acres. This is the actual building that's there. It has 3 bays in it, 4 offices, and a couple restrooms. It serves them well. What I'm asking this for is instead, the 76 Boulevard requires an extreme amount of maintenance. The board had funded us some money to start looking into where are you going to put the maintenance services that are at. What's working now works, but it's for segment 3, segment 1 and 2. So basically, we need somewhere safe and secure and a spot for our employees. Forward thinking in there, I just was talking with one of our other directors, and I was talking to Ted, and Ted said, hey, you know there's an ambulance district near there that probably wants to get rid of their building. I said, oh, do they? So we sat down at the table, and I brought Kathy and Alex, and now I'm bringing it to the Board of Aldermen and the mayor to see if we can make this exchange. The important thing to highlight here is this costs the taxpayer $0. So we're switching out a built, ready building for what we need for a piece of vacant land that we're not using. The piece of vacant land is over near Cedar Street. We have a salt barn there. We own it right now. We split this property just recently up into different pieces. There's the outline of what we're proposing to give to them. So basically what it's going to do is give them the opportunity to get state-of-the-art TCAD services, which are ambulance services. Our fire station is right next door, and 76 group a maintenance building. To me, it seems like a good idea, and I propose it to you. Is it a good idea that you can stand behind?
Does anybody in the audience have any questions or comments?
Mayor, we get it
Oh,
on
wait
the-
a minute. We've got to put it on the floor.
That's exactly how it sounds.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill 6445. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Now. Oh. So is there anybody in the audience wishing to?
Mr.
speak
Mayor,
to
I think
this?
it's first the board that asks.
Glenn. I understand that's what it says. I'm asking the public if they had any input on this, and then we'll ask the board. Anybody? Okay, hearing none. Any members of the board have any questions or comments?
I'd just point out that the city ordinance specifies the Board of Aldermen would ask the question of the speaker prior to the members of the audience. But Michael, my question to you is, with all the work that's going on with the new police station, was there any thought, and maybe it makes no sense at all, but was there any thought or discussion about integrating this into that facility, the TCAD, into that facility in order to capture some of their build-out costs towards the effort of the police station?
Sure, and I appreciate you asking that. We did put a lot of thought into there. We're moving our field services over there. The police building, the interesting thing is that's funded from a different series of tax money, so that would be inappropriate for me to go into that building at that time. So that's the safety funds that come from that side, where we have general fund and ECID money filling the other side. So I'd have to buy a piece of property off of them if it was. And to be directly honest with you, it's out of the way. It's not as convenient as this property was. I couldn't ask for better. I'd rather face 76, but I'd rather a tax generating revenue be up one row in front of us.
Yeah, I kind of assume the distance itself might be the larger issue. We might have been able to work out the tax issue somehow, but yeah, thanks for that answer.
You're welcome.
Any other members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Pose same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is a first reading of Bill Number 6446, an ordinance amending 86-622, Schedule 2 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to speed limits.
Pay attention, Gary. We're talking speed limits. You've heard the first reading of Bill 6446. We'll begin with the staff report from Michael Woods.
Thank you, as Chad's loading that up for us. Perfect. Canal Street currently has a posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour. This speed limit is not consistent with travel throughout the neighborhood. The speed limit should be set at 15. Christopher Drive, Lake Drive, Moore Street, Worthing Street, and Shore Lane currently have a speed limit of 25, which is the default speed limit if no other specified limit ordinances have been enacted. These are your streets that are there that we just went over. The connecting streets, Boxcar Willie and Cliff Drive, are posted at 15 miles an hour, and the speed limit for the connecting roads should remain consistent, posted at 15 miles per hour for the safety of the residents and pedestrians. The city engineer, that's me, has determined upon the basis of engineering and traffic investigations that the following speed regulations should be changed to a maximum of 50 miles per hour. All of Canal Street, Moore Street, Worthing Street, Christopher Drive, Lake Drive, and Shore Drive. So basically, the neighborhood that we've been talking about around the campground drops to 15 miles an hour and creates a safe environment. And I appreciate Gary. I almost thought Gary had read my mind that I was bringing one of these. So this is the process. The process is to identify something that doesn't make sense, set out speed radars. We're not giving you tickets with those. We're counting how many people come in and out, seeing what your average traveling speed is through there, and making recommendations to make it safer for the neighborhood. We ask for your support in this, and it's an ordinance to get changed so those that are not following the rules can be swiftly taken care of with Eric, Chief Smith, wherever he is.
Very good. Thank you for that, Michael. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh. She said just read the notes. So you've heard the first reading of Bill 6446. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I was reminded to back up a few steps, and now I'm back to the point of, is there anybody in the audience, anybody wishing to speak to this matter? Oh, come on up.
Again, my name is Robert Brim. The question I have is, what is the process to change the speed limit in the area? Because Gary Groman's exactly right. I have a property down on Fall Creek Road. I have 2 teenage children that pull out of that. It's blind. My driveway's a little blind because there's a retaining wall there. And I've almost been run over by the Branson police before coming up through there, because you can't really hear it until it comes around that corner from Legends coming down towards where the bank used to be. And I never did understand why that strip was there. I also lost a vehicle in a total, it was wrecked when someone just came out of nowhere and turned into that vehicle. So it is a concern. So what is the process?
Robert, we are going to, as I told Gary, we're going to have an answer for that specific area you're talking about. We're going to have a response to that exact area you're talking about before our next Board of Aldermen meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Yes, come on up.
My name is Matthew Kendrick, and I live right on Lake Drive, so, I can answer that question specifically. So I went right to Michael, and I said the speed limit is 25 in our neighborhood. It's 15 on Boxcar Willie and 15 on Cliff. So what do you think? And he said, I'll look into it, and that's how it got done. So it was that easy. So it was, thank you for the city. Thank you again to Michael. Thank you for the city. I see now how the city is acknowledging how much traffic is going through this neighborhood. And I see how the city is taking measures to help protect the citizens that are walking through that neighborhood. However, I do have just 2 questions for you, Michael. Currently there is just one speed limit sign right here on Canal. As you come off of Cliff Drive on the Canal, there's that one speed limit. There is, and I know how you feel about signs. Is it possible to get a speed limit sign as you're coming out under Boxcar Willie onto Lake Drive, letting the motorists know that the speed limit is still 15 going towards Cliff Drive? Again, if you don't want to, that's fine. I volunteered my property. You can put it on my property. That speed limit that's fine as well. One more thing I'm going to throw out you, Michael, if just a suggestion too. You talked about pedestrian safety and how big that is. And one weekend, I know Alderman Schultz, I was driving under that one-lane bridge when another car was coming, and I saw you and your wife. And when people come through Boxcar Willie heading under that one-lane bridge, it's such a blind spot that for the first time, you don't know that another car is coming. So if there were to be some type of system, like you mentioned, like the Hawk system or something, where it would let another oncoming car notify that, hey, there's another car coming this way, so maybe stop that car. So because you have pedestrians going under the one-lane bridge, you have the cars coming this way, cars coming that way, if there was some kind of system designed to let an oncoming car know that it would be coming, it would just be helpful. That's all. But thank you, Michael, for all this.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? How about members of the board? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6447, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to sign a budget amendment for the public infrastructure improvements for the Elevate Branson Community Village project and all the documents related thereto.
So, Michael, you're still up there. We've heard the first reading of Bill 6447. Anything to share, Michael?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. I'll read a brief introduction, and then we're going to have Brian come up and speak a little bit. In 2021, the city of Branson applied for a CDBG grant on behalf of Elevate Branson to construct the Elevate Community Village project. In May of 2021, the city of Branson accepted grant funding from the Missouri Department of Economic Development Block Grant, say that fast 5 times, program for the Elevate Branson Community Village in the amount of $1,940,000. Design of the public infrastructure has been completed and sealed bids were opened publicly on April 30th, 2024. One qualified bid was received from Emery Sapp & Son in the amount of roughly $3.2 million, $3,199,868.85. Additional funding will be necessary for the completion of the public infrastructure project, as the sole bid received for the project was higher than the budgeted grant amount. This budget amendment is allowing Elevate Branson Community Village to apply to CDBG for additional grant funds to construct the public infrastructure. That is important to acknowledge that this is the board giving the right to apply. If approved, staff is asking for a double read because of time constraints, as the project is already tick-tock with the bid. I would like to introduce Brian Stallings. He has a nice presentation for you, and we'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Hello, Brian.
Thank you, Michael. Just before we get started, I would just like to say the same thing about Michael and his team. They just have been outstanding to work with on this project. So, Mayor and Board of Aldermen, I think before we talk about tonight's request, it became apparent to me after our meeting 2 weeks ago that you need to have a clear understanding of how we got here, how the CDBG application process worked back then, and how it appears to work now. Our poverty level at 22.4% in the city of Branson is staggering. It's nearly double that of the rest of Missouri at 12.8%. According to DESE, Branson's 22-23 free and reduced lunch rate is 51.7%, almost 5% above the state average. The comprehensive housing study for Taney County revealed Branson has a shortage of over 2,200 housing units to meet the current demand, and Branson has approximately 1,500 people, including 300 children, living in subpar housing that includes weekly and extended stay motels. These are not just numbers. They reflect the lives of real people right here in our community. In the past year, we've seen the number of houseless individuals increase on our city streets and at our intersections panhandling, due in large part to the motel closure plan with no corresponding affordable housing plan. When a motel is closed, there is nowhere for people to go. There is just no place for people to live. If we as a community simply don't acknowledge this problem, it does not make it less real. In August of 2019, the Missouri Department of Economic Development announced that several $1 million would be allocated to address the disaster flooding that happened in Missouri in 2017. Of these funds, 5 zip codes would be allocated the majority of monies, which included the Branson 65616 zip code. In July of 2020, after discussion within planning and zoning director and staff, we floated the idea of creating a tiny house development to help meet the growing demand for affordable housing. With the city's blessing, we purchased the adjacent 5-acre property next to Elevate Branson to begin this process. In August of 2020, with full staff support, we appeared before the Board of Aldermen and requested a rezoning from community commercial to high-density residential. At the time, this was a zoning downgrade, and it was approved. In September of 2020, again with staff support and recommendation, we appeared before the Board of Aldermen and requested to apply for CDBG DR funding as a sub-applicant for the tiny house development. The Board of Aldermen voted 6-0 to apply. What is important to note here is how this process worked. Elevate Branson worked closely with city staff, and at this time, it was the planning and zoning director and staff. We worked through the processes of building codes, setbacks, roads, etc., so that when we came to present to the Board of Aldermen to apply for the CDBG funding, questions around elevators, structural inspections, property and ownership, and more had already been addressed. We also had full support and recommendation of the staff when presenting to the Board of Aldermen. There was no dancing around staff support questions. I was unaware of this process had changed until Elevate Branson had recently applied for additional CDBG funding. Simply put, we would not have brought an application to the Board of Aldermen without staff support. In the 2 months preparing the applications and working with the Open for Business city staff, chief of staff, and city attorney, no building code, structural inspection, or property ownership questions arose until I appeared before the Board of Aldermen. The ask in the current CDB application...
Mr. Mayor, point of information. This presentation doesn't have anything to do with the ask for tonight.
I believe it does. What they're doing is they're asking for, they were approved the 1.9. The bid and construction cost
But
came in?
he's talking about stuff that happened from the prior meeting. This has nothing to do with the ask for tonight.
I'm explaining how the process worked before
Right.
and how it's working now. If you'll bear with me, I'll get to it.
Go ahead, Brian.
The ask in the current CDB application was for public infrastructure to build a 48-unit permanent tiny home community, including but not limited to a thrift store and marketplace, art and woodworking studio, outdoor movie and amphitheater, micro social enterprises, career development center, and chapel requirements. Requirements would be that residents would have to be a Taney County resident for the previous 12 months before being eligible to reside. FBI background checks and fingerprints would be required, prohibiting sex offenders or any history of violent offenses. Residents would have to be at or below 50% of the area median income and be able to show that they could pay the rent of $400 per month. We were actually able to engineer the project for 71 homes, with one of those being the chapel. This would make this project one of the largest true permanent tiny home developments in the nation. Elevate Branson believes other communities across the nation will want to replicate this model and visit Branson to see the community. In December of 2020, Elevate Branson was awarded a $1 million grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Des Moines for the construction of 24 tiny homes. No infrastructure, just the homes. Like nearly all grants of significant amounts, they do not write the organization a check. We have a fiduciary partner in Branson Bank. They hold the funding, and as construction of the tiny houses are completed, Elevate Branson is sent an invoice for review, and if approved, it is sent on to Branson Bank to release funds to the contractor. To be clear, Elevate Branson does not receive any of these funds directly. While I know this can be confusing to the general public, a comment was made at our special meeting that Elevate Branson had collected monies and nothing to show for it. I unfortunately made the assumption, since the Board of Aldermen were voting on additional funding opportunities, that you understood the process. Not only do we not receive the funds, but no work can begin without the approval of the infrastructure grantor, in this case, CDBG. In May of 2021, Elevate Branson was awarded a community development block grant for CDBG DER funding in the amount of $1.94 million. This funding was for the infrastructure of the tiny house community on the 5 acres. As you can see, the CDBG funding included the following items: water distribution, sanitary sewer collection, storm sewers, streets or roads, lighting, sidewalks, site prep, security fencing, electrical distribution lines, clearance and demolition, and engineering and architectural design for a total of $1.94 million. Elevate Branson has a match requirement, which means in addition to the $1.94 million from CDBG, Elevate Branson has to come up with $4.725 million for engineering, architectural design, other professional services, affordable rental housing, and community facilities. In June of 2021, CDBG, in conjunction with the grant administrator, Southwest Missouri Council of Governments, or SEMCOG, began the environmental review process, which is a deep dive on the historical use of the property, as well as any endangered species that could be impacted from the use of the property. As a result, the environmental review, it was determined that an endangered bat could potentially hibernate in certain species of trees that were located on the property. Elevate Branson needed to remove these trees before a deadline of April 1st of 2022, or it could delay construction until November of 2022. As a sub-applicant of the CDBG funding, we are subject to not only CDBG processes and procedures, but also the applicant's processes and procedures, in this case, the City of Branson. Due to the city's processes of hiring contractors by requiring bids to go out for a certain period of time, Elevate Branson was forced to incur the cost of removing these trees to meet the April 1st deadline. As part of the environmental review process, notification is given to 5 Native American tribes that historically passed through the Ozarks. One of these tribes, the Osage Nation tribe, requested a cultural review be done on the property, which is essentially an artifact dig and then report on any findings. In February of 2022, an engineering firm, Roselle Engineering, was selected by the City of Branson to begin the engineering process. This was 9 months after the award date. A new mayor had been elected, and there was significant staff turnover. Due to the staff turnover, the process and selection of contracting an engineer was significantly delayed. Again, Elevate Branson had no control or input in the selection process. In March of 2022, it was discovered during the engineering process that the only way to get a gravity-fed sewer line would be to cross the adjacent property towards Francis Street. After much discussion about the cost and maintenance of a lift station, the decision was made to try to obtain an easement to take the sewer line across the adjacent property. Unfortunately, the owners did not want to do that as they were about to list the property for sale. After weeks of negotiation, Elevate Branson was able to purchase the adjoining land parcels. In August of 2022, engineering resumed after the land purchase closed. In November of 2022, we experienced a 45 delay in engineering as new planning and zoning staff were questioning the already approved project. In fact, the city attorney had been requested to review previous Board of Aldermen meetings to verify the approval of the project. Once it was verified, engineering resumed. In March of 2023, Elevate Branson was awarded $1 million in the American Rescue Plan Act funding for the construction of 18 tiny homes. Again, this was not a grant where the state of Missouri wrote Elevate Branson a $1 million check. Elevate Branson, again, has received no monies from the grant as of date. This is a reimbursement grant, much like the CDBG grant funding. The construction of the homes will have to go out for bid. When an invoice is submitted, Elevate Branson will have to submit that invoice to the state of Missouri for payment or reimbursement. In April of 2023, Elevate Branson was notified that there would need to be a further or an additional environmental review for the property that was purchased, since the sewer line and detention areas would be located on it. This triggered the same notifications to the Native American tribes as well as the tree issues. These trees would not be able to come down until the time frame of November 2023 to April 2024, again because of the bat hibernation, but only after completion of the environmental review and approval by CDBG. In May of 2023, while the environmental review was in progress, Roselle completed the engineering plans for the public infrastructure and submitted them to the City of Branson for approval. In June of 2023, those plans were approved by the City of Branson staff. In July of 2023, during the environmental review process, we were informed, due to a dry creek located on the 10-acre parcel, that we would need the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers approval. We received that approval in August of 2023. In September of 2023, the City of Branson staff and SIMCOG, the CDBG grant administrator, went before the Board of Aldermen and presented a resolution that would give the mayor authorization to sign amendments or documents pertaining to the CDBG project without having to appear in front of the Board of Aldermen, which was approved. In essence of time, it would eliminate having to get documents such as the one being voted on tonight on the agenda and further delaying the project. Also in September, we were notified that the Osage Nation tribe was again requesting a cultural review. Even though their allotted time to respond had passed, CDBG felt it was in the best interest of the project to allow their request. From October through February, the cultural review went out for bid. The vendor was selected, CDBG approved the vendor, the review was completed, and results were sent to CDBG for approval and for the Osage Nation tribe to comment, a 5-month process. No work could be done during this time until CDBG approved the environmental review. Again, out of Elevate Branson's control. In March of 2024, CDBG gave final approval for the project to go out for bid on April 30th. The unsealing of the bid took place. It was discovered that 4 contractors had submitted bids, but on the day of the bid opening, 3 of those contractors had pulled their bid, leaving 1 bidder. One of the bidders that pulled their bid reached out to me with this reason for pulling their bid, and I quote, "The city will not allow the utility trenches to be drilled and blasted. The guy I got a number from for blasting told me that he had drilled and shot several projects within a few hundred feet of your project. Other contractors told me personally they declined to bid on the project due to the difficulty working with the city of Branson. The bid that was received was for approximately $3.2 million, leaving a shortfall to the original budget of approximately $1.3 million before engineering fees. Although this is unfortunate, it was not entirely surprising as the original budget was based on the timeline that you just saw was pre-COVID pricing. As we all know, construction prices continue to go up along with inflation. The longer we delay, the more likely prices will continue to increase. To recap, in December of 2020, Elevate Branson received a Federal Home Loan Bank of Des Moines grant for $1 million for the construction of 24 homes. In May 2021, the city of Branson as the applicant and Elevate Branson as the sub-applicant were awarded $1.94 million grant for infrastructure. And in March of 2023, Elevate Branson received an ARPA grant for $1 million for the construction of 18 homes, for a total of $3.94 million. To be clear, Elevate Branson has collected zero of these dollars. To address Alderwoman Denham's statement 2 weeks ago that she had concerns with the money that was already collected and a part of the project could be done is just inaccurate. Even if we had collected the money from these grants, no construction could begin until CDBG gave final approval. A gross misunderstanding of how the CDBG process works and implied that Elevate Branson had collected close to $4 million and was just sitting on the money while some work could have been done. Let me address the private infrastructure costs. As you recall, Elevate Branson has a $4.7 million match, money that Elevate Branson has to fund to the CDBG grant, which also includes 48 tiny homes. As you've seen tonight, we have been awarded $2 million in grants for a total of 42 houses. 2 weeks ago, I presented to apply for an additional 20 homes for this project in the approximate amount of $2 million, which could have been applied to our match, but this board voted 5-1 not in favor of an application. How will we fund the remaining portion of the grant? We have private foundations that have committed funds for an additional 6 homes, bringing us to the 48 home commitment, as well as community sponsorships on houses. You have probably seen organizations such as Arvest Bank, Hirsch Family Foundation, Ballparks of America, and more that have sponsored or committed to sponsor a house for $35,000. Let me be very clear. This does not pay for the cost of a house. This is a sponsorship, not a purchase. As noted at our previous meeting 2 weeks ago, the cost for a house, including infrastructure, utilities, foundation, placement, etc., is between $75,000 and $90,000. What these sponsorships are is a fundraising mechanism to help offset the private infrastructure costs of the development, the private roads, the water lines, the sewer lines, the foundations, etc. A question that arose from Alderman LeBlanc at our meeting 2 weeks ago, do you know what you're biting off here? To answer that question, at this point, we've already bitten it off. And yes, I do. I estimate the private infrastructure cost to be between $800,000 and $1.5 million. We have a great team working on this and have brought on Great River Engineering as a consultant for the private infrastructure. They will act as the project manager for the private infrastructure, including preparing and reviewing bids and working with Roselle Engineering with any questions that may arise. Our funding plan continues to focus on sponsorships, grants, and donations. Should we have a shortfall, we will use our cash on hand from operations. If we need to tap into our credit line with Arvest Bank, we have that as an option as well. If needed, we would obtain a construction loan to cover additional costs using our current assets of over $3 million as collateral. We are highly invested in this project. Over the last 4 years to date, We have 30 homes that have either been sponsored or have been committed to be sponsored. This shows the incredible support of our community, considering that this many homes have been sponsored before any construction has begun. Unfortunately, we've incurred some expenses, such as over $4,000 in tree deposits to the city of Branson for invasive trees that we can't replant. As a sub-applicant partner, I would have hoped some of the project fees could be waived, as it's in the best interest of both parties to see this project application come to fruition. To date, we have paid the city of Branson over $24,000 in permits and fees. We've also incurred engineering expenses of over $142,000, and we've incurred expenses in property that we've had to acquire to make this project happen. We've purchased tiny homes and incurred tree removal expenses. To date, Elevate Branson has invested close to $1 million and had zero control that no dirt has been turned. A concern that was voiced 2 weeks ago regarding a request to apply for additional CDBG funding for single-parent housing was, would the city of Branson get a black eye if we took money and have to give it back to CDBG? I think both Elevate and the city of Branson will get a black eye by not requesting additional funds and having to change the scope of work, especially since the governor himself was down here to see this project unfold. What questions can I answer?
I'm going
Can we get it on the floor, Mr. Mayor?
again,
I know, every time.
every time. So out of, we've heard the first reading of Bill 6447. Do I have a motion approving this?
So
bill?
moved.
Second.
I'm going to have to refrain from sharing some of my opinions because I question several of the comments that you made. Several.
I'd love to answer them.
You don't want to do it publicly, I'll assure you. And those that applauded, and I understand if I heard that with no additional information, I would applaud it also. There's other things at play here.
Point of order.
I'm sorry?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, I believe this is the time where the alderman asks the speaker questions.
Glenn, are you thinking that I don't have the authority to ask questions?
No, I'm just looking at both the ordinance and your playbook, and it says any members of the board wishing to ask questions regarding this matter.
Okay. Glenn, what would you like to ask?
I made the point of order.
I understand that. What would you like to ask?
Oh, okay. So first questions. Thanks, Brian, very much for the background on this. I know most of this board probably saw and dealt with what you presented, but as a newer alderman, I do appreciate the background. And Michael, I might need you to come back up to the microphone for this because I'm not sure which way this goes. But I know the city has invested money towards the engineering work for the infrastructure that we're talking about. I don't want to talk about the tiny homes and all the other grants and things, but specifically the infrastructure. And I believe we've submitted that to CDBG for reimbursement. Can you talk about, if that's correct, the amounts and the timing?
I don't have the specific numbers, but we have produced those numbers to CDBG. We've been reimbursed for some, and we still have some outstanding. That was on behalf of Roselle, which did the infrastructure design. Their contract was for $125,000, and they've spent right around 100,000 right now.
And to your knowledge, is that all that we've applied to CDBG for under this grant, or have there been other requests for payment?
To my knowledge, I don't know, and I would love to dig into it. And Kelsey's here too, CBDG is here. From SimCog, sorry, a long day. If you'd like to ask her some questions, she's the
But
plan administrator.
there's no other major payments, it doesn't sound like.
No, we paid for engineering along with Brian. It was previous to me. So the engineering plans were completed when I came up to the department. And we just did basically outline of limits of construction is all I really had involvement in.
So
I apologize.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, because the point was made about us, we've already applied for the original grant. Obviously, it's not enough money towards all the discussion here. We've already asked for payments out of that original grant and gotten them. So it sounds like there is validity to this notion that now if we don't even bother to go back to the state to say we need extra money, the state is going to look at us and wonder what the heck we're doing, that we started down this path and now we can't even finish it and didn't ask for money.
That's correct. The city would be on the hook for that, or could be.
And I think that's the main issue, is the city is the primary requester of the grant.
That's correct.
And so it's our reputation that's really on the line with CDBG in this project. Granted, we've got a partner that they clearly know who it is, but we're the primary grant applicant.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Any of the other board have any questions or comments? Ruth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Might be a little bit lengthy because I'm going to go over some information as well. After reading press releases, receiving emails, listening to other social media, and many phone calls asking for clarification from our general public, I felt it was imperative that I provide clarification regarding my position on the request from the Elevate Branson at the special meeting held May 9th, 2024, because this is where all the questions came from. I know that we've had statistics presented. I understand the facts. But I'm going to throw in a little bit of who I am and how I have supported Elevate Branson. Nobody on this board, thank you, God, have, to my understanding, had to go through the hell and nightmare of what drug addiction does to a family. I've been very supportive to Elevate Branson. I went to your early grand opening. I volunteered, went to the weekly rentals to go deliver food, talk with folks, see if they needed help. Even presented with human resources to go help people that were in the program at Elevate Branson, to do mock interviews, to see how I can help. The requests at the May 9th meeting were for new projects at the Elevate Branson location. The first request was for a project to be known as New Horizon Apartments. The project was denied with a 3-3 vote, and our mayor breaking the tie with a no vote. The second request was an addition to the housing project, which was approved for funding in 2020. Both of these projects were in addition to the existing approved project of 2020. The second project at that meeting on the 9th was denied with a 5-1 vote. I am not the only alderman that votes. Both items were new projects, and they were denied by this board, not just by me. My concern is that the original project be completed, the original 2020 project. I support that. The public have voiced concerns that they don't see any construction taking place, which is why I'm going through this. There was all I'm aware of is the environmental impacts that took place that held this project up. If the request this evening is for the 48 units, not additional units, that 5-acre parcel, funding for the original project only for public infrastructure, then I am willing to listen to the rest of the presentation, what other board members have to say. However, no new projects that were being added and tried to be added at the May 9th meeting, those are, I'm definitely, we have to show the public that when the city of Branson supports CDBG funding to be applied for, that we're going to follow through with what was on that, not add additional projects to something that has not even been completed yet. That is the fact of why I voted no. There are other board members that voted no, but I can only speak for myself.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Brian, I'm going to be voting yes on this item tonight. And it's that very last sentence that you said in your presentation is going to be the reason why I'm going to be voting yes. And that I think that it does apply a consistency to the way this board voted at our special meeting, based on your comments and based on what Glenn said and what Ruth said. So I will be voting yes tonight.
Thank you, Marshall.
Anybody else? Oh.
Yeah, sure. A lot to unpack here. You know, Brian, whenever you worked at the cell phone company and I knew you were doing this, I think I remember one of your last weeks there, and I was in the store, and I congratulated you on what you were doing. I thought it was a great cause, starting what you were starting and feeding homeless people and things like that, and what a noble job you've done. Just so everyone's clear on my position and how this unfolded, this is not a lack of support to elevate Branson. What you've seen tonight, the presentation you've seen tonight was stellar. You did your homework. The presentation that we got on that special meeting was marginal, if anything. And you did a great job with your PR and spinning this the way that you did. You know, you hit the papers, you hit the radio station and things like that. You know, you were very informative. You lacked that day. You lacked the self-awareness that you have tonight. And had it been for a better job of your presentation and let alone the information, because what you also didn't mention was that we approved 6 other CBDG grants that night also. That if you compared side by side paperwork-wise, they were exponentially over the top explanatory as to exactly what they were doing, why they were doing it, what their costs were, and all those things. You, on that presentation, on that meeting, that special meeting, you couldn't answer the simplest questions. You came very prepared tonight. That night, you were not prepared. Had you been better prepared that night with the answers to the questions that we had at that moment, the way you are tonight, I think we'd be looking at a completely different complexion of what this is. But you didn't have answers to the basic questions that we were asking. And we couldn't, in good conscience, based on the fact that it's the city that is applying for this grant. And again, you made a comment about, well, if it doesn't happen, it's a black eye on the city. Like, we've been briefed very well if it doesn't happen. Not about this, I'm just saying if, right? We've been briefed very, very well on our future ability to apply for grants if what happens if someone doesn't fulfill that obligation and the city's basically on the hook for it. We're very aware of those things. We're very aware of the process. That, you know, there was no confusion on that. The confusion came in your presentation. The basic fundamental thing that we were looking for is information, not about how the grant works, but how your project's gonna work. How is your project gonna work? You hadn't even done an inspection of the building. You can do that whenever you want. I'm just saying, if I'm gonna buy a building, I'm doing an inspection before I even think about where I'm gonna get the money, That's just basic things. So really, the fact that everyone came out in support, thank you so much. In fact, just thank you for being here. Because I think that when you see how this really transpires, and I'm kind of the same feeling in the mayor, there's a lot more behind the scene that's going on that you guys don't know about. And this is nothing against Elevate Branson. We're in 100% support across this board. I can tell you without a doubt, because the conversations that I've had with Marshall or even with Ruth, it's nothing against Elevate. It's nothing against the need that we have. It's just that day when he went to bat, he didn't have the basic information that we felt secure with, that we can go ahead and give our stamp of approval of this particular 2 projects that he wanted. I'm telling you right now, I'm a yes on this project tonight because I want to see it fulfilled, because it's necessary, because your projection was done pre-COVID. Listen, folks, we all know. I went to the big box store. You buy a 2x4 right now, it's 3 times as much as it was before COVID. So with that, I'm sorry? On sale, yeah. So with that being said, Brian, this was nothing against you or your Elevate Branson. I mean, we are 100% in support of it. We applaud it. The fact that you never mentioned that we approved 6 prior grants before you presented, I think did an injustice to us. And I think, for, again, lack of self-awareness, you were just thinking about your place and that's it. But these are people that you deal with even, So I don't think it was fair the way that you spoke of us in public. But again, 100%, if you come to us with the right information that we can make a decision and feel secure about what we're doing with you and partnering with you, dude, we have no problem with that. We need that. In fact, I had to go up to Springfield earlier at lunchtime, and I'm trying to figure out how can they build the things they're doing at Springfield and we can't build it here in Branson, Missouri, or even in Republic. How can they do that there and we can't get it done here? I want to figure out how we can do that. You're part of that answer. All I'm saying is we need information before we're willing to approve what you need, because at the end of the day, the city of Branson has been on the hook for a lot of people in the past, and it's gotten burnt quite a few times. And I'm just telling you, this board, we're going to make sure that once our tenure is done on this board, that for the next boards that come behind us, they're not going to say, man, those guys, they really hooked us on this one, because I can go project after project and point out things in this city that we're on the hook for that I think is absolutely ridiculous. And if you guys knew it, you think it was ridiculous too. So, Brian, nothing against you, brother, nothing against your project. I'm a yes for tonight, 100%. But I'm telling you, come with more information and answer those questions. And they weren't even hard questions. They were not hard questions. And we're having a different conversation. So there was no confusion on how this project worked or how the grant block worked. We knew, we were very aware of that. And I think that's the reason we made the choice that we did, because we were very aware of it. So.
Can I respond to those, a couple of those comments? So you're right, I was not prepared. And the reason I wasn't prepared was because in my prior experience applying for this grant, all of those questions that you had asked had been vetted during the application process when I was working with city staff.
What does that mean, Brian? Are you inferring that our city staff didn't do a good job to inform the board before the meeting? Is that where you're going?
I'm just saying none of those questions came up when I was working on the application.
Well, we can't possibly, you don't think we possibly can anticipate
can I finish, please, Kathy?
every question that the board's going to ask?
Kathy, can I just finish?
I mean, that's just, you can't possibly expect that we would know every question that they're going to ask.
I just want to finish and state where I was at. My previous experience, I worked with the Planning and Zoning Department, and they asked those questions. I made the assumption that if those were concerns, that would have came up during the application process. That's on me, right? I shouldn't have made those assumptions. I came to that meeting thinking that all the information had been asked, acquired, and it was a formality to just apply. You're right, I wasn't prepared. I'm prepared tonight to answer your questions because of that. But I also feel like I was blindsided by not having those questions addressed ahead of time.
Well, the problem is nobody here can possibly know what we're going to just fire off in the heat of the moment, hearing what we're hearing and questions come to us. So, I mean, I don't think that is even possible that we would know those questions ahead of time. I do want to, and I do agree with everything Ralph said concerning that last meeting. You're 100% on. And I think it was good that you pointed the fact that the ask was for new projects. The last meeting.
The asks were for 2 new projects, so how could these questions have been vetted on the original project? These were for 2 new projects.
The special meeting, you're talking about the special meeting, right? Those 2 new projects, one was for an apartment complex that had 3 stories on one side, 4 on the other, and the question came up about an elevator. Now, I'm not sure that that's typically a question the Board of Aldermen ask, but I feel like that should have come up from Planning and Zoning Department prior to the application, because they had it for 2 months. If that was a concern, that,
Brian.
I feel like that could have been.
My question, though, is how could you be prepared? Why not say anything about being, if they were vetted, how could they be vetted if they were just 2 new projects? How could they have been vetted in the past? You said you felt like you didn't have to explain anything because they had been vetted in the past. These were 2 new applications.
Because we've been going back and forth with city staff for 2 months on the application. In my experience in the past, those questions were asked when we were going back and forth on the application. So
Right.
That's all I'm saying. It was on me. I made the assumption that the process worked the same. It didn't. I wasn't prepared.
Brian, it's not a rubber stamp, right? This board makes decisions with the information that we're given. And if that's the way that the process was done in the past, I believe this process is better.
I just think moving forward for the future, if people apply for those applications, maybe have those building, zoning, rezoning conversations prior to coming to the Board of Aldermen meeting. The other experience I had was that we had worked through all of those issues, and so then we had full support of staff when we came.
Brian, but I think, let's agree, I think to what Alderman Howden said, is you've now learned this board operates differently.
Exactly.
Right? And as the guy who led a lot of those probing questions into your plans, right? And as you and I have talked about, you said it correctly, you weren't prepared.
Yep.
Now you know this Board of Aldermen, you know what to expect the next time you're in front of them. I think you've demonstrated excellent preparation tonight. I think this is what we needed to see. And I thank you for doing that. And as a few of our other aldermen have said, I'll be voting in favor of your proposal tonight.
Thank you. And then Alderman LeBlanc, my only other comment was on the 6 projects that were approved before me, not one question was asked about the projects themselves, just the financing on that. And so I was a little taken aback when an hour and 15 minutes was spent on our projects.
Well,
Brian?
They provided a whole plan. That's why.
Brian?
Okay, I'm just stating where I was at.
Thorough, yeah.
I'm not saying it was wrong, I'm just stating where I was at.
And just to give you a juxtaposition and comparison, where their submittal to us was 25, 28 pages, yours was like 1.
We
One or
had
2 pages.
CDBG prepare our application, so I don't know. Kelsey, do you want to speak to the?
No, we don't
No,
need to go down
yeah.
that road.
Okay, I mean.
So Brian, and this is just for everyone's clarification here. You know, again, I made the comment of this board in support of, and what we do in support and elevate. We also support proper process. You know, there are codes on the books already. And in the past, those codes maybe have been skirted or they may have just not been looked at. But we have made it clear to our city staff that we're going to follow code because it's about public safety. It's about life safety issues. It's about providing the proper infrastructure. It's about providing proper building codes and you know, structures when they go up that they're not going to fall down, that you could sleep well at night. I'm not saying it hasn't been done in the past. I'm just saying that this board has committed to making sure that moving forward, be detailed, bring your best plan. If you're going to present to us, take your best shot, because that's what we want. That's what we need. That's what's going to allow us to sleep well at night, because we are making these decisions for this community. It's not for us. It's for the people in this community, the residents of the community. We want to make sure that what we put out is going to be safe, and what we put out is going to have the quality that you expect. And that's why we're enforcing these codes. We're not rewriting anything. It's already there. We've just given our city staff, we've taken the handcuffs and said, hey, do your job and do it well. And that's exactly what they've done, and they've embraced it. And if you've been around City Hall much, I would implore you, come around, visit with some of them. The level of dedication that city staff has to making this community a better place is beyond what you can imagine. And in the last couple years, every month it gets better and better. And what that equates to is a better quality of life for you out in the community. So this is not us against Brian. I mean, we're already partnered up with him. We don't want to create friction. We want to create ease. But with that ease comes responsibility. And we just want you to do what you're responsible for, and that's all.
Can I just say real quick, I do feel like throughout the presence, I feel like you threw a lot of blame and fault towards the city through that whole presentation, and that might have been a little unfair. I'm not saying none of it's true. I'm just saying I felt like there was a lot of the city over here and the city did this, and I mean, I don't know how you guys felt, but that was a little uncomfortable.
I hope you don't take it as blame, but as just stating the facts of how the timeline went and what was said at the last meeting. I don't know if you saw the front page of the paper the next day, but because of some of the comments that were made at that meeting were taken out of context, and our brand was hurt because the general public doesn't understand how grants work. And so to say that we had collected money and we hadn't started any work gave the impression that we were sitting on $4 million and not doing anything.
Well, the question was asked in that meeting, how much money do you have? And you said, I think it was we have $5 million.
I said we've raised $5 million.
And I think Artie said, well, how many homes are built? And you said, well, none yet.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Artie, you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian, as you remember at the last meeting, I prefaced any remarks I made by saying that I stand behind your mission 100%, and I appreciate everything you guys do. And I have received emails, as have other councilmen this week or other aldermen, and they were all very respectful and asked me to support the efforts of Elevate Branson. And I appreciate that. I appreciate input and comments from citizens in the community. But at the last meeting, I said that I was not comfortable with what we had received, and I voted no. Tonight, I still have some concerns, and I will be voting no again.
Go ahead, Ruth. I would just like to ask for confirmation. The request this evening, it's my understanding the request this evening will be for CBDG dollars that will apply to the original request. It'll be in addition to the original request, and all the additions that have been asked for after are not included in this. It's for the original request to be put towards public infrastructure so that phase 1 can be completed before we are asked to consider any future projects.
That's my understanding, Michael.
Kelsey, would you like to answer that?
Well, okay, but I mean, it's a simple
I can answer
yes.
that, yes. So
it's a simple yes.
The original grant was for $1.94 million. This is to request CDBG to add additional funds to bring it up to the bid amount of 3.2.
That's right.
Not for anything new, just for the existing grant to come up to the level of the bid.
Yeah.
Then there's funding available for the private portion that you're requesting, that is what you are working on. This is just for the public infrastructure.
Just for the public infrastructure, correct, of the existing grant award.
That's right. Kathy?
So Brian, I think it's important for everybody. A couple of things I want to clarify. You raised the bat hibernacula issue that is a federal rule, not a city rule, kind of in the way you presented. It almost sounded like it was a crazy city rule. And I just want everybody to understand it's not. These are environmental, oh, okay. Well, that's what I heard. So I'm just telling you what I heard. And so I'd like to clarify for everybody else listening that that's not a city rule, it's a federal rule. And same thing with the Indian tribal cultural heritage site is also a federal mandate, so that's the source of the money and that's why that's required. And then the other thing, I'm sorry. And then the other thing is, and you probably didn't mean it this way, so I'm just going to give you an opportunity to clarify. When you talked about our work on the Safe Lodging Initiative, which has been wildly successful, we've had 8 lodging establishments who have come back into compliance and fixed a lot of the really perilous life safety issues that the residents were facing at those establishments. And then we've had 8 establishments that have either closed voluntarily or we've closed them down because of the unbelievable predatory filth conditions that people were being preyed upon and their money being taken in a ravenous fashion. And so it sounded almost like you were, I just want you to clarify, you don't say that what we're doing in protecting the lives of those people that have been victimized is somehow exacerbating the homeless issue, do you? Because we've been working, as you know, with all the nonprofits who have done a stellar job of helping us relocate those people who, again, have been preyed upon to find safe and clean shelter. So I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify your comments.
Yeah, so absolutely not. I'm 100% behind closing the motels. That's not what I implied, especially when it comes to life safety. What I think that you maybe didn't hear in that was that it would be nice if we had an affordable housing plan in conjunction with the closures so that people had a place to be relocated to.
Excuse me, just for clarity. I just heard you clap. I hope you weren't clapping because the message was, we closed down these hotels, and Brian's saying he wished that was more in coordination with having affordable housing, right? Would you still clap if you know these 8 properties that we closed had serious life safety issues?
Mr. Mayor, point of order. It's the outbursts. We can't have the audience clapping,
Okay.
hissing, booing.
So I'm just going to clarify, if any one of you would have seen some of the properties that I have seen, you would have said they shouldn't be open for one more day.
Correct.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
Again, I agree 100% with that, Mayor. There are some deplorable conditions.
They were dangerous.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is, if we could do that in conjunction with an affordable housing plan, so that when we close down those deplorable conditions, we have a place for those individuals.
No, I agree. If it was a perfect world, Brian, but
Right.
But the day we discover dangerous living conditions, we can't say, well, hold on, we'll let you continue living there until we can work on this other.
I get that, but if we can do it,
If we could,
start the process.
that would be a perfect world.
Knowing
Okay.
that we're 2,200 units behind, if we could start the process now, even though it may not help the immediate ones, just having a plan in place to say, hey, we've got X number of units coming online that we can hopefully move these individuals to at some point, I just think would be a good thing to do.
Kathy, do you have anything else?
Yeah, just one more thing. I just wanted for the board's information and for the audience here tonight too. I wanted to make sure everybody understood that staff did support Brian's efforts in his application for the CDBG grants at the last meeting. If we didn't, we wouldn't have poured probably 100 man-hours into putting together a complete application to give Brian's team the best opportunity to have a successful grant submission. These things don't just happen. They take lots and lots of man-hours. And I know, Brian, you would have to agree with me on this one. I'm assuming the amount of interaction you had with Alex, with Holly, with our legal teams, our finance teams, to be able to get that information from you so we could make sure that your application was appropriately beefed up and ready for prime time. And that we did a lot on city staff support. I didn't see that in your presentation. I just saw, like, city had some turnover in '22 and turnover subsequent years, but I didn't see anything about what's been happening in real time, which was the most recent with this application. I just wanted to give you a chance to address that too.
Well, I thought I did address that. In the 2 months that we worked on that application going back and forth, no elevator questions, no structural questions, no building and zoning codes came up. And our partner, SimCog, did a majority of that work to get it ready to present to the city.
But Brian, it's an incomplete statement to say what you're saying about the need for affordable housing without mentioning that we also passed 6 other projects on that. We're not going to rubber stamp every single one that comes across. Doesn't mean that we're going to attack yours and that we're going to deny yours. It's just an incomplete piece of information to not include that we have approved other projects, including the one that this board, not these specific aldermen, but the Board of Aldermen in Branson approved for you back in 2020.
Mr. Mayor, I got one more thing I'd like to just clarify.
Okay.
You know, you made the comment, Brian, you know, when we're closing one of these hotels, that it'd be great to have something in place for them to transition into. And I just want to be clear, our city staff, along with multiple not-for-profit organizations, those people don't go out on the street. Our city staff is making sure that when we have to close, and it's not just like we walk up and close it, like there's a whole process to it. It's a common theme in everything we do in city government. There's a process to it. And we already know ahead of time. In fact, a lot of these non-for-profits are paying attention to what we're doing, and they now have a cadence as to how we're working. And they're contacting organizations and places so that when we do have to close a place down, those people are not put out on the street. They're actually transitioned into another place. So we are doing that very thing. It's not the ideal situation, but there's a solution there. I don't want people to just get the idea that we're closing a hotel and all these people are out on the street now. That's not what we're doing. This man right here, Alex, works tirelessly to make sure that doesn't happen. The level of compassion that this community, this board has for this community is like I've never seen before, and I've been here almost 30 years. We're doing this because we're righting a lot of wrongs, and we're righting a lot of missteps. With that takes a lot of effort, and that's what we're attempting to do. So make no mistake, we are on your side. So if we can get homes up and they can move into homes, great, but right now, we have a solution for that. We're not putting people out on the street when we have to close one of these weekly rental places. We're making sure that that's not happening. So I just want to be clear on that because our city staff does an amazing job making that happen.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of behind the scenes stuff. It's a lot of things that's not seen out in the public. In fact, they don't even ask for accolades. They just operate. That's just what they do. And you don't, and we don't see it. Like, I don't get to see it most of the time, but I know it's happening because I ask questions around here because I want to know. And I just want you to be sure that that's exactly what's happening behind the scenes when you're not seeing anything on the paper about it.
Yes.
I'd like to request a recess for 15 minutes to discuss a legal issue regarding this topic.
Fair enough.
Second.
Yeah. Okay, everybody want to take a break? We're going to take a break. It is 8:25. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll adjourn back at 20 till according to, yeah. Ponytail, thank you. call this meeting back to order?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
Brian, after having that short meeting, I want you to know that I've changed my mind and I will be voting yes.
Just
Thank
for
you.
clarification, there was no meeting.
Yeah, let me clarify that. There wasn't a meeting back here with us. We're not allowed to do that unless we call an executive session. So Artie had a conversation with Holly is what he's referring to. The attorney Holly, yeah. Yes. Sure. So, did you have anything further?
Well, I just want to say, if I've pushed buttons tonight, alienated you all, that's not my intention. My intention tonight was to bring you through the timeline of all the challenges and obstacles that this project has had. And the intention is that we continue to have a good working relationship and we do what's best for our citizens. That's, at the end of the day, I want to do what's best for our community, and that's to bring housing. So I just want to let you know if I've pressed your buttons, I apologize for that.
Well, let me say, and I'll speak for myself and the board, everybody up here fully supports the mission of Elevate Branson. 100%. We went through a lot tonight, and in my opinion, the issues that came up at the last meeting, the special meeting, had nothing to do with what this project is we're talking about tonight. Would you agree with that? Or this request?
Yes, as far as the projects go, but I wanted to just give you an understanding of how the processes worked back then, because many of you weren't here then. And so that was the purpose of going through that timeline.
Okay. Let me say this again. What's on the agenda tonight has to do with your original plans for the tiny home project. The last meeting we had nothing to do with your original plans for the tiny home project.
Correct.
The last meeting, we talked about an apartment complex, which has nothing to do with this.
Correct.
And adding in the 20 other homes. Nothing to do with what we're talking about tonight.
Correct.
Right? And I would be remiss if I didn't share. I know you're acknowledging that you weren't prepared for the last meeting because you didn't expect to be prepared. Right?
Right.
In my opinion, I think there was a lot of uneasiness on the board level, and I'm not speaking for the board, now I'm speaking for me. There was a lot of uneasiness with many of the comments that you made at the last meeting, and the one best example was when the questions came up about an elevator. Somebody on the board asked you about an elevator. And Brian, your response was, I had talked to the architect, and the architect told me we do not need an elevator for a 4-story building. Do you agree with that?
I didn't say 4-story, I said for that building.
I believe you said 4-story.
Well.
So, a more appropriate answer would have been, I didn't do all the homework because I wasn't expecting these questions, so I don't know the answer. Is that fair?
Well, I thought I knew the answer based on what the architect had told me. So, I mean, if he told me wrong, then my answer would have been wrong, but I was under the impression from what he told me, because I had an egress on one side and an egress on the other side, and it was 3 stories on one side, 4 on the other, we didn't need to have the elevator. Moot point, right? I mean, that was 2 weeks ago. Done deal.
Well, okay. It is a moot point. I agree with you, except it does have a lot to do with your responses to some of the questions. Just it felt like you were shooting from the hip.
No, I acknowledge that I wasn't prepared 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. Let's agree to this. I'm not sure how many of you want to speak. I feel comfortable saying that I think we would agree that you're very supportive of what's on the agenda tonight. You've heard how the board feels about what's on the agenda tonight. So if there's somebody, if you want to share, and I'm going to ask, let's keep it to maybe 3 minutes per person if there's a line. So feel free to share with this board what you think, you want us to hear. And so, you okay, Brian? We're just going to go to public comment?
That's fine.
Okay. So anybody wishing to speak to this matter, come up to the microphone, please. And all we ask is you state your name.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Safari Carlotti. I've been a volunteer for Elevate in the past. We're highly in favor of this project, and my reason is because what I saw tonight in the whole overall view of things, but my reason for supporting it is because I see Brian and Elevate trying to elevate Branson. It's not about those hotels. I don't know why that even got brought up as a comparison to what he's trying to do. We've been in those hotels, we've seen them, and if the owners won't fix them up, I don't know what people can do, but some of them are horrible living conditions. What Brian is proposing to do with Elevate is to give a better, nicer, cleaner neighborhood. So not only for the people who can afford it, but they maybe can't afford a nice home, they can afford a little bit smaller one, and get these people working and productive and part of our city. And so I think everybody wants that. I hear it from the board, yep. And I hear it from the clapping. I was clapping too. But I believe that he's going to work with whoever he needs to follow the code. And it's up to the people who are in charge of that to help him. Those things will take place because they have to. But I think he's looking for some resolution to at least get started and move forward. And if the utilities underground are the problem, then let's help him get moving. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Sorry, I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Bridget Jones-Webb, and I came here from St. Louis, Missouri, and I have learned so much from Elevate. They have helped me through all the things, even for as reading. I've been through the job and the entrepreneur part of it, so please look at my face. I'm gonna need y'all when I open my business.
Good for you.
Okay? But it all happened for me through Elevate. And I have lived in the hotels and with my kids and was able to elevate, no pun intended, to a better place. But rent is going up it's hard for me, and I'm not rich, but I have a little money to have rent going up $100 every year, a month. And just to have a nice place, it should not be a luxury, but it feels that way.
Yeah.
And we can only get 80-20 of anything. I mean, what would be so wrong if you say, okay, let's see. Brian been hitting the ball out the court for, I know he at least got 80%. Come on. All we need is 20 more %.
Bridget, we're with you.
Please.
We're with you.
Okay,
We
well,
agree.
I think my job is done.
Thank you, Bridget. Thank you.
Hi, my name's April Williamson. I had no intention of getting up tonight and saying anything, but I kind of wanted to give you a face. I'm not a drug addict, never been an alcoholic. Graduated from ministry school. I've lived in 6 different states, grew up in Southern California in a fairly affluent family. And I love America, so I went out and I wanted to see all the stuff that America had to offer. So I moved here because there were 2 ministries in particular that my adult children wanted to participate in. My one daughter's here tonight. And we had quite a bit of money saved up, $10,000. Didn't expect there to be an issue with housing. And we got here, 5 children, my mother, and my little dog. And that $10,000 was gone like that. There are no homes for normal people. I am a manager down at the Tanger. My daughter works for Elevate. My son works for the ministry that we came here to be a part of. My other son works for Bahama Bucks. We don't use any government assistance. And we're stuck in one of those extended stays. Yep. We're stuck there. 3 units that's taking up all of our money. And as a family, we've come together for 2 years now because we came here for the slice of Americana. I feel safe here. I love it here. I moved my kids out of New Mexico because I felt like the violence was just too much there. And now we're living hand to mouth. And the people like us who are serving the tourists that come in here, it's not the dredges of society. It's us. It's moms. It's us ripping the tickets to the theaters and selling them the things at Claire's and handing them their drinks at Bahama Bucks and helping a ministry to put their broadcast out on the air. And I've watched Brian work very hard for 2 years, and I have been amazed at what I've seen. The resilience to the resistance that has come up just to try to get people housing. And it's people like me, people who are not living off of welfare, people who are working very hard, people that love their families. And I don't want this council to think that every homeless person is out there putting a needle in their arm or drinking all of their money away. We're in churches. We're serving the tourists that are coming here and feeding the money into this town. And it would be nice if it wasn't just Brian and Elevate Branson that was trying to give a home that I can afford for my children because I want to stay here. I want to serve the people that are coming here. I see it as a way to serve the Lord, to serve people. And I just would hope that at some point that thought process would come up, that it's me, it's moms. It's moms that are feeding our kids and serving everyone here.
Thank you, April. Bridget, I thought you were getting up again. Mr. Groman's up. He's coming.
Gary Groman.
I was a little confused about what happened the last meeting because I wasn't here, and there was some comments made on the radio about the board not knowing procedures. Well, knowing the board like I know the board, I know darn well you know the procedures. So I came here tonight expecting something different, but Mike Wood set the meeting off with a sterling presentation. I mean, you had to understand what he was saying. Well, Brian Stallings gave him a good run for his money. Matter of fact, Brian might have won it. Folks, this is a no-brainer. I mean, if what he said is true, and I haven't heard anything that said it isn't, then it's a no-brainer.
Thank you, Gary. Anybody else?
Mayor, can I ask Brian one question?
You bet.
What is the monthly rent on the tiny homes again?
$400.
And can I ask, I didn't catch your name. April. What is the rent at an extent, like, I know you said you had 3. I'm just trying to.
I have 3 units right now because they limit what you can have in there. I have no kitchen. I actually go to Elevate Branson sometimes to cook meals.
So you just have, okay.
To break it up for my kids. And we're paying, is it between $2,200 a month?
For those 3 units
For 3
at an
rooms.
extended stay?
Yes, sir. And if there was adequate housing, I could go get I came here thinking it was like the rest of America that I've seen. I've lived in Wisconsin. I lived on the Great Lakes. You know, I lived in Southern California. I've lived in New Mexico. I've never seen anything like what I've seen here as far as affordable housing goes. I've never had an issue walking into a place, putting down my money, putting down my deposit, and moving in. There's no units. So we have gone from extended to extended. We were in Kimberling City for quite a while. It was a fun resort, but they sold it so it could be a nightly rental again. We had to go, no home again, and now we're in the extended stays here in Branson. And it's so exorbitant in the cost and the food that you can't cook in those.
Right.
So we're living off of microwave food and doing what we can with fresh food and cooking at my daughter's job. There is no money left over. Where I had $10,000 to move into a place, no place to move into, sucked all the money, and now it's paycheck to paycheck. And there's still no options on the horizon to even rent. They don't want a family my size, and there's no houses with 4 and 3 bedrooms like I could get in New Mexico for $1,500 a month. It doesn't exist here.
You're paying $2,200 for 3 hotel rooms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's ridiculous.
Mr. Mayor, Brian, $100 a month for the tiny house. How many bedrooms is that?
That's just 1 bedroom.
One bedroom.
So the tiny houses are really only for up to 2 occupants.
So in your case, April, you'd still have to get 3 of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and she'd only be paying $1,200.
With a kitchen.
With a
Yeah.
kitchen.
Does that include utilities?
It does.
Wow.
Okay. Are there any other, oh, go ahead. Sorry, you'll be next. Yeah.
My name is Kerry Brown, and I'm actually outside the Branson area. I'm in the greater Walnut Shade area. I've actually been in pretty much the position of every single party that's, been in this group. I've had to manage as a fiduciary bank manager $450 million worth of trust real estate. So I understand what it's like to be accountable to people that you're managing money for. I also have been in a situation where, I came here with my vision that, I was following, as everybody does to Branson. Branson is one of those communities where people come with a lot of vision, But when the rubber meets the road, you often, see people's hearts broken. And many times they've received funds and they leave, and the people that have gifted them funds or donated have no idea what's going on. My vision was the cross at the north side of the city. For 8 years, people didn't see anything. They didn't realize that behind the scenes, we were digesting the purchase of 13 additional acres and getting that paid off so that we'd have a base to be able to move into that. And, thankfully, being in Walnut Shade, the Lord sent the right people to be able to manage that. You need to have oversight in Branson, and you're doing an excellent job at it. You also have to have somebody who can shepherd the vision along from the other side, and you got an excellent person doing that. And I was wondering why the heck, I saw Brian at the break, and he said, "I haven't seen you in a long time." He hasn't. I felt I was supposed to come tonight, that I was moved to come. There's a scripture that says, be not weary in well-doing, for in due season you reap if you faint not. God's invested in what you're doing here tonight. He is invested in what you're doing here tonight. That's all I came to say. You guys, don't get weary in well-doing. And if you look in Scripture, weariness in well-doing means don't complain. In the moment you're getting ready to cross a finish line, and it's one that you both are following what the Lord's directing in it, and you're both doing your jobs. And His pleasure is what we're all aiming at. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Gene France. My family moved to Taney County in 1850. Don't I look good? Thank you, sir. I've served on the school board before in Taney County. I have worked for many years. I'm an educator in Arkansas. I pastor a church in Arkansas. I have watched firsthand the devastation that poverty brings and how it becomes generational after time if it's not taken care of and addressed. It is an amazing thing to see people come together and work to end it. And I would really, really like to push, as a voter in Branson now. Mincy doesn't have, much of this, so y'all don't probably even know where Mincy is, but it does not have a city hall. So we live in Branson now, and I want you to know I appreciate what you do, because I know it's a thankless job where you get griped at all the time, and you hear things that people say on social media, and I would encourage you, stop listening to that. Listen with your heart, your head, and hear what the Lord tells you, because that's what's going to take you far. And I hope with everything in me that you will vote yes to support this wonderful city that we have, because it's a good thing when you can help somebody. Not a handout, but a help up. And that's what they're trying to do.
Thank you,
God
Gene.
bless you.
Representative, you had anything? Turn off his mic, please.
For the record, I'm State Representative Brian Seitz, and I'd like to introduce my wife, Valerie. She's here tonight. We were at an event in Springfield, and we were listening to the council meeting on the way back, so we've heard some of the things that were said, and I'm very supportive. I just want to let the board know I'm very supportive of what Elevate does here in Branson. We do have a housing shortage. We have a housing problem. And I think it's really good what they've been doing over the past couple of years. And there's also government accountability. That's something I've learned in Jeff City. I think the board is doing a fine job making sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And I think that's very appropriate as well. So I just want to encourage the community. I've heard some of the applause as I was coming down, and I've heard some of the comments that were made at the last meeting and so forth. And I just want to see us unified as the city of Branson. God, family, country, and God is always first. And I think we're doing a good job with both the board and Elevate and the citizens that are here tonight. So I'd just like to congratulate you on the spirit of this meeting, and I hope everything works out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments? So are there any closing comments or questions from the board before we vote?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to address what Gene said about ignore the comments on social media and so on. Because in this process, I want to say it was exactly the opposite. I had many citizens reach out to me. Every one of them was highly respectful, stated their position, and asked for my support of their position, whether it was phone calls, emails, and so on. And I'll echo what Representative Seitz said. When you really play this back, this has been a wonderfully respectful, public-driven meeting, just the way we want our government in Branson to be. So I appreciate everybody's involvement here tonight. And as many of us have said on other platforms and at other times, we're not done with the affordable housing question here in Branson. We got a lot of work to do. There's discussions going on in that regard, and we hope we can continue to show you progress over the next couple of years that we're taking a serious swipe at affordable housing in Branson. So thank you all for your great participation.
Any other aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, Michael's coming.
Madam Clerk?
I believe Mr. Stallings was requesting a double read. Are we not doing a double read?
Your Honor, I move we read Bill number 6447 for its final reading due to time and to get the project off the ground.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? There's no second?
I'll second.
Ralph seconds it. So we have a motion and a second. Any member of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I learned from one of my predecessors on the board that we take double reads very seriously. You guys all came out here tonight to express your opinions. If let's say you were in the town and you didn't agree with us voting yes tonight, what a double read would disallow is for you to be able to come back 2 weeks from now and express your opinion. There have been times where city staff has put forward a double read, and I've reluctantly agreed because we actually couldn't meet a deadline if we didn't embark upon that double read. Because this is more of a preference thing, timing thing, I'm going to say no on the double read tonight, and I'm going to vote yes on the consent agenda for this item in 2 weeks.
Can I just comment real quick on the double read?
Not right now.
Okay.
Any other members of the board?
I would agree with that, Marshall. Yeah.
Or do you have anything? Nope. Brian?
So the purpose of the double read is that we have 60 days from the time of the bid. And so right now we're about 30 days. And CDBG is needing to have that request done. And if we miss that, everything's going to have to go out for bid. which is going to delay the project even further. So that the ask on the double read is not a preference, but as necessity for time.
Brian, so what you're saying is if we met in 2 weeks and this was approved, you would miss your deadline for the CDBG.
We could potentially, because CDBG may take a couple of weeks to respond to our request, and then we'll hit that 60-day window when it's got to go back out for bid again. Am I explaining that right, Kelsey? Yeah, Kelsey's here from SimCog. Or Jason, either one of you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, y'all. This is Kelsey Burton with Southwest Missouri Council of Governments. We are the grants administrator for the Elevate Branson project. Per my understanding of our previous conversations, I was under the understanding the city had a 60-day time frame of when the bids are open to when the contract has to be awarded. I believe CDBG has a 90-day window, so.
So if I understand your point, you are saying that the bid will expire in 60 days from when we opened it?
Michael?
That might be a Michael question, yeah.
The contractor only has to hold the price for 60 days, and then they could change the price or pull out. So not that ESS would or would not agree to that, but that's what's in their contract is we asked for 60 days of, just because of price escalation of products.
And when did we open the bid, Michael?
April 30th.
So TikTok.
TikTok.
So April 30, Michael, wouldn't that give us time then in the next meeting to approve this?
We do believe it's going to take approximately 2 weeks for CDBG to issue approval for the budget amendment request. And that's from the point once we have the signed documents. We would submit it and it'd be about 2 weeks for approval. Then we have to issue the contract award, which will also potentially need board approval.
Get some clarification on that, please.
There's not a requirement that it come back to the board.
For which part? The contract approval?
Also, just add that the contract has already been prepared and was included in the bidding documents. So there's no change to be made to the contract itself. So
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. So once we accept a bid, then we negotiate a contract. While there is a sample contract in it, there are always issues that are negotiated.
I'm just trying to get the answer to the question. If we approve this in 2 weeks, will we make the deadline?
Yes, you would certainly be at the mercy of CDBG, but I believe when Ms. Burton presented previously, she had said that they had already submitted and they were waiting for our official signature for the request by the mayor. But it would be up to CDBG, and I believe she just said that it takes about 2 weeks for them.
If I can, I just, given all we were through, to cut this down to 1 or 2 weeks at the mercy of CDBG's timing, I think is awfully risky.
Having heard that, I'm not interested in being risky. I will vote for a yes on the double read.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, I'm going to take a vote, and the vote will be to have a double read. So all in favor of a double read, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. So Madam Clerk, would you please read this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6447, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to sign a budget amendment for the public infrastructure improvements for the Elevate Branson Community Village project and all the documents related thereto.
So do I have a motion approving the final read?
So moved.
Second.
Any members of the board wishing to speak to this matter before we vote? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Lucas?
Aye.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Folks, that's how government's done. It's sad, but it's true.
Never let it be said we do not listen to our public.
Wait, you're not going to stay for the rest of the fun?
Yeah, come on.
It's included in your ticket price.
Thank you.
We ready?
What's that?
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess we're. Yes. I was waiting for him to make eye contact with me.
Okay. We're taking a break.
I'm going to count you in a corner.
It's okay, we're going to start.
Please, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order.
Your Honor, the next item is an update on the first quarter financials for the city of Branson.
Great, we'll begin with the staff report from Cherie.
Hello.
Hello.
Who doesn't want to hear a financial report at 9:30 at night? Okay, so we are covering the first quarter financials, January through March. So if I reference year to date, I mean as of March 31st, 2024. And this is the same report that I presented to my finance committee, so I can feel your excitement, like you want to hear it again, right? So I'm going to dive right into it.
Okay, you don't need to talk fast. We've had meetings till 1 o'clock in the morning, so we got 4 hours. Take your time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk so slow. You're going to know I'm from Arkansas. Hold on one second. All right, so our first slide is our gross sales tax for all governmental funds. And so what we have here is we have our major tax streams. So we have the general fund, which contains our city sales tax, which is 1%. We have our tourism tax fund, which we can collect up to 4% on. We have our transportation tax fund, that is 0.5%, and our public safety tax fund, which is also 0.5%. And then I have a 3-year comparison, so we have 22, 23, and 24. Okay, so for the general fund, if you look at the yellow column, for 24, we have collected a little over $4 million of revenue year to date. So that's a 9.4% increase over 23 at the same time. Sorry, I'm gonna slow down. For the tourism tax fund, the same thing. If you look at the yellow column, year to date, we've collected a little over $2.5 million. And so that's a 3.3% increase over 23. And then on the transportation fund, again, look at the yellow column. For 24, we collected a little over $2 million. And so that's a 10.3% increase compared to 23. And then for public safety tax, we also collected a little over $2 million, which is a 10.9% increase over 23.
Cherie, as we go forward,
Yes.
would you mind putting what months this covers? I know this is the month that was collected. And there's some question on, with our general fund, gets counted in months, which is different than like tourism tax. And so maybe just a little footnote that when we say,
Yeah, it's tricky. So the tourism tax has a 1-month lag. The city sales tax has a 2-month lag from when it's from the actual. So it's
so maybe just a footnote.
It's all a little different, but I will do that.
Yeah, especially if somebody's looking online.
What did you say the tourism fund is?
The tourism is
The lag or the.
It's a 1-month lag.
So that's through.
Right, so this would be December, January, and February.
Ah.
And then the city sales tax has a 2-month lag. So it would be essentially November, December, and January.
Because I'm anxious to see the next one, because that's not what I'm hearing from fellows around town.
But this includes December.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm anxious to see March,
The next quarter.
April, and May.
Well, if you sit right there.
April, May, and June.
I'm going to.
Yeah, so it's all different lags, but I'll put that on there.
Artie?
Yes, Artie?
Cherie, do you know how this compares to pre-COVID numbers?
I have some of the numbers compared to the end, yes. At the end of the report, it covers. Okay, I'll tell you. It's big increase on pre-COVID numbers, big increase.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so the next slide is a dive into our general fund. And so it's a 3-year comparison. So I have activity from 22, 23, and 24, the revenues and expenditures. We're going to look at 24. So the revenue in the general fund to date is a little over, almost 8.8 million. And the expenditures are close to 5.9 million. Revenue increased $454,000 compared to 23 at this time, and expenditures also increased $154,000 compared to 23 at this time. And the ending fund balance for this fund is a little over $12.5 million. Next, we have our tourism fund. And again, this is through March 31st. And it's a 3-year comparison as well, so I have activity for 22, 23, and 24 on here. And for 24, we've got revenue of $2.8 million, and we have expenditures of a little over $500,000. Compared to 23, revenue increased $79,000, and the expenditures, they were actually lower, $242,000 compared to 23. And tourism had an ending fund balance as of 3/31 of a little over $33 million. All right. Next is our transportation fund. So again, it's the same setup. We have 22, 23, and 24 activity, and we're going to look at the 24 activity. So we have revenue of a little over $2.2 million, and we have expenditures of a little over $1.7 million. Revenue compared to 23 is $177,000 higher, and expenditures are $346,000 higher than 23. We have an ending fund balance of $6.2 million, roughly. Told you, exciting stuff. That's good. Yep, stay with me. Okay, no, we're not counting sheep, Artie. Come back. Okay. All right, so for public safety, it's the same setup. So we have 22, 23, and 24 activity. For 24, we have revenue of a little over $4.2 million and expenditures of $1.6 million. The revenue is pretty consistent from 23 to 24. Expenditures did go up $2.8 million, but that was because of the Fire Station 4 and set aside funds for the new police station. And the ending fund balance of public safety as of March 31st was $9.1 million.
And Sheree, when we're looking at these numbers, especially when we have these, and we have several slides that'll show a large capital expense.
Yeah.
It would be great if we could see, if we could compare operating expenses.
Yeah.
And then a separate dollar amount for the capital.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do that on the next one. I just didn't have time for this one. But that is in my plan.
Thank you.
All good suggestions, thank you. And for the water, oh, sorry, I want to catch up. All right, for the water and sewer, it's the same thing, 22, 23, and 24. And for the revenue for 24, a little over $2.4 million, and expenditures $3.6 million. Revenue increased $230,000 from 23, and expenditures increased $254,000 from 23. Ending fund balance of $56.5 million, and of that, $10 million is cash and accounts receivable. And my last fund, but not the least, is parks. So for parks, again, we have 22, 23, and 24 revenue and expenditures. In 24, they have revenues of $605,000, and their expenditures shot up in 24. Year-to-date, we have $3.1 million, but she's got 2 big projects that we're paying out, so the turf and the campground. And
Sheree, is there any grant money in that expenditure?
yes,
Got it.
yes. Yeah, we had 1.3, but it's a pay, and then we receive, and so we received the refunds, like, because she finished it, and remember the opening was like April 5th, and so we have the money received in April, so you'll see that offset.
Sheree, before you move off of funds, could you just comment on your general sense in terms of the fund balances? Are we in better shape than prior years? You know, how would you characterize our overall fund balance situation?
Well, as of the end of March, the actual fund balance of this one's 1.5, but it's because we had to spend the $3 million on the turf, and then we get reimbursed 50%, and then we also did an internal loan for the other portion, and so we tried to do everything in the best interest of parks. So when we'll get the reimbursement, we got the reimbursement like early April, and we also started the loan process in early April when it was finalized.
Could you just comment on the other funds too, just in terms of the fund balance, what your perspective is on that? Better than prior years? Okay? Do we have work to do?
I think most of them we've seen increase. So I would say most of them, year-to-date, we've seen an increase across the board. Parks was the only one, and it's just because they saved up for many years for these big projects, and we knew that that was coming.
So in general, we're in better shape from a
Yes,
fund
yes, sir.
balance perspective. Great.
Yes, sir.
And just a comment to kind of piggyback off of what he said, not only we're in better shape, but the level of clarity as to where the money is and exactly what it's being spent on is, like with these graphs. You know, I think in pictures, this fits me well. But I think for a lot of people, to help them understand, you know, we got a lot more depth and understanding of exactly where the funds are, what they're doing, how they're working for us, or how they're working against us, so that we can make adjustments accordingly. And I think, you know, overall, that to me is probably the strength in our finance department, is that, you know, we can make those adjustments on the fly because we can now see interdepartmentally like what's going on with our new system. So I think that's very important.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, and so this one is the tourism tax by class, and it's based on actual collection. So I'm showing January, February, March, but the collection would have been December, January, and February.
Thank you.
So for like amusements, and then I did like, you know, each month I compared the 22, 23, and 24. So for amusements, year-to-date, they're actually down 7%. Theaters, year-to-date, are actually up 1.6%. Hotels and motels are up 12%. Campground is up 106%, but it's really because of that big spike that you see in January of this year. Nightly rentals are down 1.3%, and restaurants and concessions are up 1.6% compared to last year at the same time. And then my next slide is our 1% city sales tax. Okay, so this one's a 2-month lag, but for where we are in 2024, we have a 9.4% year-to-date increase over 2023, which is an all-time high. So compared to pre-COVID numbers, it's a 31.3% increase. And then with tourism, year-to-date, we have a 4.5% increase over 23. And that's it.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Any questions from the board other than Artie?
Artie, you come see me, we'll go over it. Okay.
Next, Marshall?
You know, I think to Clay's point, it'll be interesting to see the next report. I think sometimes it's important for the aldermen to kind of present testimonials from some of the business owners that we're hearing from, because, you know, taxes are one thing, but I think it's important to hear from the individual business owners as well. Not to say that the numbers are off or askew or anything like that, but the tax collection doesn't always indicate what people are feeling in the town or what individual businesses are. So again, I think we're going to get into this a little bit on the next presentation, because it's been a tough beginning of the year. And I just don't want to come across as tone deaf as a city to say we're having records when some people aren't feeling that way in their individual businesses. So.
Yeah, thank you, Marshall.
So, Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution approving the disposition of surplus property.
We'll now get a staff report from Cherie.
Yes, sir, it's me again. Do we have the property listing? No? Okay, well, we're coming to you, we have a bunch of property that's surplus property that we're wanting to take to Purple Wave and auction. I have the list.
Yeah, it was in our packet.
It was in your packet.
Yep.
It's a lot of old vehicles like 2004, 2000, 2006, some scoreboards from Cindy because she doesn't need them anymore. It's items at one point in time that were valued over $5,000 that really barely have a value now that we are going to list on Purple Wave and do an auction. So once we get your approval, that's what we plan to do next.
Very nice. Do you have a motion adopting this resolution?
So move.
Second. Any members of the board wishing to discuss this? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Cherie.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2024 for Fire Station 3 roof and mechanical system.
We'll now get a staff report from Mr. Martin.
Mayor, members of the board, as you recall, for the past several months, we've had catastrophic leaks at Fire Station 3's roof. We have asked Michael's group to do some estimating on that, which came in at $180,000, but part of that project also requires the replacement of 26 or 7-year-old HVAC equipment on the roof, which is about another $28,000 or $30,000. So we're asking to amend to do both projects. We don't get into a roof, lose our warranty, because then we come back and do mechanical later. So we're trying to do the mechanical first, then do the roof and protect our structure for many years to come. Total price would be the addition of $30,000 for that group, for that project tonight.
Have a motion adopting this resolution.
So moved.
Any members of the board wishing to speak to this? Ted, were these funds that are in here, were they in the approved budget?
The 180 came out of public safety. The 30 is going to be moved from general revenue as an addition this year. So it was a strategic move to move forward with that.
Okay, so we're just moving 30,000 to cover this.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6448, an ordinance amending the adopted 2024 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Public Safety Fund for the Fire Station 3 roof and mechanical system.
For the first reading of Bill 6448, we'll begin with a staff report from Ted.
Same report, and forgive me, I would like to ask for a double read because we're trying to stop the leaks and keep that project moving forward.
Is there rain forecasted between now and our next meeting?
We now have a new fire engine and a new arc, but we're working on it.
Is it risky?
Got to ask the questions. So, is it on the floor?
Motion.
Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any board members wishing to address this? Hearing none. Well, I'm trying to read. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, I move that we read Bill number 6448 for its final read due to the possibility of rainy conditions. No, timing.
That's funny.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, and a third. Any board member wishing to speak to this? So we're going to vote to approve to have a second read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you provide the introduction for this, please?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6448, an ordinance amending the adopted 2024 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Public Safety Fund for the Fire Station 3 roof and mechanical system.
You've heard the final reading of Bill Number 6448. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
At least let me finish the question. Any board members wishing to address this? Madam Clerk, would you please provide a roll call vote for this final reading?
Lucas?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Thank you. I need to bring to you Chief Eric Schmidt.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6449, an ordinance amending Section 54-1 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to the definition of security service.
You've heard the first reading of Bill Number 6449. We'll begin from Chief Schmidt.
Your Honor, members of the board, thank you. This is all related to that ordinance I brought to you back in January so that we could fingerprint security guard applicants and actually do a true criminal history to make sure they should in fact be approved for that. As you know, I came to you a couple months ago because of change of the state. Well, now the feds wanted to change as well. So they didn't like our old language in our definitions. So all we've done is get rid of some vagueness in those definitions and make it specific to satisfy the requirements. We do recommend approval of this.
Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
Any members of the board wishing to speak to this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Hey, Chief, do we ever have any issues of like impersonating a police officer type deals with some of these security? Is that part of why you're bringing this to me today?
Yes.
Yep. Short answer.
Yes.
Any other board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Your Honor, the next item is a public hearing and first reading of Bill Number 6450, an ordinance approving the vacation of a sewer easement for the property located at 600 West Main Street, Branson, Missouri.
We'll now open this public hearing and begin with a staff report from Jennifer.
Thank you. Good evening, guys. Chad, I don't know if you have mine. There you go. Thank you. Okay, this is a request for a sewer easement vacation. We have the applicant, Don Barry of Lee Engineering and Associates, on behalf of the owner. Address is 600 West Main, and the applicant's request is a sewer easement vacation. The intent of this property is the development of the Whataburger restaurant with a drive-through.
Oh, sorry. You're out of order, Mr. Cooper.
I'm in favor.
Here's a location map just to get you oriented. You're on the east side of 65, south of Main Street. The existing conditions out there, we all know it's a vacant lot. The existing easement is in conflict with the location of the future restaurant. The sewer line actually, during the design, had to be shifted to the north. So right now, a new sewer easement has already been established through a minor subdivision. It's been recorded just last week. Here's the utility map that illustrates that sewer line that goes right across the whole property. And this easement is actually just a dedicated sewer easement, so the only authorization that we needed was from the City Utilities Department, which has been granted. We have our neighborhood notices that went out. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve the request during the May 7th, 2024 meeting, and staff also recommends approval of the request. You have any questions?
So Jennifer, since this is a Whataburger, are you requesting a double read?
No.
My grandpa was our spokesman in the 70s, so I have to abstain. No, I'm just kidding.
I could sing every word to that jingle right now. I know it by heart.
Okay, how about any member of the board wishing to speak to this?
So do they realize they're across the street from Chick-fil-A? Like, the level of, like, drive-through-ness they're going to have to live up to is going to be over the top.
Okay, are there any serious questions or comments from the Board of Aldermen?
Can I sing the new jingle? Is this the guy to talk to?
This public hearing is now closed. So you've heard the first reading of Bill Number 6450. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
Any member of the board wishing to speak to this? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, the next item is the public hearing and first reading of Bill Number 6451, an ordinance approving the vacation of 2 sewer utility easements for the property located at 123 Bethpage Court, Branson, Missouri.
We'll now open a public hearing and begin with a staff report from Jennifer.
Okay. Yeah, this is another vacation request. This was for 2 utility easements. Applicant is Jeremy Nichols of CFS Engineering, and I don't think they're here. Address is 123 Bethpage Court, and the request is for vacating 2 utility easements. The future intent of this property is to adjust the lot lines between the neighboring properties. I think the lot to the south is wanting to build a home on there, and the easements are in conflict, and they are not needed. So existing conditions for this one, it's a developed lot with a single-family home. It's located within the Branson Hills Planned Development, PD, zoned for single-family residential homes, and the easements were dedicated through the Branson Hills Development Phase 4 amended plat. The original plat for this subdivision did not have these easements shown, but when they went through a replat, they just kind of put them on there and they weren't really needed. Here's an aerial. We're on the west side of 65, north of kind of the Branson Hills area. Neighborhood notice. We've got a utility map that illustrates there's no utilities within that parcel. They're all within the roadway or on the frontage. So for this one, there were no objections that we received from the City of Branson Utilities Department, Missouri American Water, White River Valley Electric Co-op, Liberty, and Empire Utilities. However, the applicant and staff has reached out to Summit Natural Gas multiple times with no response. Staff feels adequate notification has been given for the request, and so we're moving forward with this. We do have a GIS layer for gas lines, and it does not show gas lines within these easements. Public Water District 3, that's this jurisdiction, and I've talked to them probably 3 or 4 times, but they do not anticipate any issues with the request. Their water line is in the roadway adjacent to the street. They have no plans for expansion, but they have to wait until actually tonight for their board to meet to have official action of approval. So I should know tomorrow morning if there's been official approval, and staff will prior to bringing this back to you guys for the second read, we'll have that confirmation by that time. So they've turned in their application at the end of March, so we're just trying to keep it going. So the Planning Commission also voted unanimously for this one on the May 7th, 2024 meeting, and staff also recommends approval of the request. If you have any questions.
Any members of the board wishing to speak to this? Any members of the audience? This public hearing is now closed. You've heard the first reading of Bill 6451. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, the next item is the public hearing and first reading of Bill Number 6452, an ordinance amending Section 94-61 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to manufactured homes.
Yeah, this is just a really simple code amendment. You guys will probably remember we had the...
We'll now open a
I'm
public
sorry.
hearing
Okay.
and begin with the staff report from Jennifer.
Yep, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, if you guys remember, we had the manufactured homes, modular homes code amendment a while back. So in February 6, 2024, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval. And then on March 12th, this board recommended approval, which essentially removed manufactured housing from residential districts within our permitted table of uses. So due to that recent code amendment, we also found another place in code that was in conflict with the new zoning regulations, which is why we're bringing this forward at this time. This is really it, what you see in red. We are striking where it references residential zoning districts and then adding the text that's underlined. So it's going to read, new manufactured homes may be placed on any individual lot within a city-approved mobile home community or an agricultural zoning district through the issuance of a special use permit with the following restrictions and regulations, and those are unchanged. So basically what had happened on that original code amendment is that the only place that you can have manufactured homes by special use permit is in the ag zoning district, unless you're in the HDR, high density residential, and you're a mobile home community. So we just clarified that in the language, and there's no other places that we saw a conflict. Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve that on May 7th, and staff recommends approval as well.
Any members of the board wishing to speak to this? Jennifer, I did read through this in our packet. I know we are we're really trying to think outside the box as far as providing affordable housing in Branson. Will this amendment restrict what we're currently doing?
No, no. We already did that as far as restricting the manufactured housing in the residential districts. So that code amendment's already been approved. This one just aligns further language that's contained within our ordinance to match what has already been approved.
Okay. Any members of the board wishing to speak to this?
So basically, I'm sorry, Mayor. So it's just clarifying that they can be in approved mobile home parks. That's all that language.
Yeah, so
pretty much.
basically, before we're proposing this amendment, it references residential zoning districts.
Yeah.
But there aren't any that they can go in as a manufactured home use. But it can in the ag district with a special use permit. And then we have a category of a land use called mobile home communities, and that's permitted in HDR. So we're just clarifying that we're just striking the residential zoning district reference because there aren't any for a manufactured home. But there are in the ag district, which is why we put that in there, plus the mobile home community is a special use permit.
That makes sense.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? I had somebody over here interested. Public hearing is now closed. Getting an agitated. You've heard the first reading of Bill 6452. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any board members wishing to speak? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2024 for the creation of a litigation.
We'll now have a staff report from Alex.
I was reading so fast.
You gotta just jump right in.
Picking up the pace.
Good
Anything
evening,
else,
Mayor and
Alex?
Board.
Anything else you want to share? Any
No,
comments
let's
from
vote.
the audience, the board? Sorry, Alex, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. This ordinance is in front of you to expand and provide additional resources to our city's legal team. As a large municipality, we have been entrusted through our taxpayers and citizens to enforce life safety rules and regulations. In doing so, we should not be hindered on our resources and able to deliver that promise to your constituents. So what this does is essentially this adds additional resources to the city's legal team, especially in specializing in the litigation area, to ensure that we can fulfill our city's mission. So with that, I would ask for approval tonight. And again, this is not only a life safety advancement we're making, but it's also to protect the city from a financial perspective as well. So although this budget amendment is not to exceed $250,000, ultimately this may save the taxpayers a lot of money as we fulfill our mission here at City Hall and beyond. Thank you.
Great. Do you have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Any members of the board wishing to address this? Any members of the audience?
Mr. Mayor.
Well-
Alex, I just want to say thanks. I think this is a very practical thing for the city administration to be proposing. I agree with you. We've got plenty of exposure where we may need these kind of resources. And rather than going out for very expensive, by-the-hour attorney services to fulfill that, I think this is a much more cost-effective approach. And I think it'll give us much better timing and responsiveness in those actions as well, because that person will know how we work as a city, they'll know our expectations, you know, they'll be in lockstep with you and Kathy in terms of what they should be executing in each one of those situations, and perhaps even proactively rather than reactively as we've been in the past. So thanks very much. I think this is a great amendment.
Thank you, Alderman.
Any other comments from the alderman? Any comments from the audience? Yes. Would you come to the mic, please? Just need to state your name, please.
My name is Kerry Brown, and as a fellow attorney for the state of Missouri, I was just kind of curious what type of suits and what type of things the planned addition might be addressing, because, I mean, unless there's any confidential reason not to. Thank you.
So this would include civil matters. It would include prosecution of city ordinances through our municipal court. It would also entail providing additional resources to our current contracted legal guidance counsel, Labor Law. Ultimately, it's a cost-saving measure, but it would have a wide span of ability to provide legal services to the rest of City Hall and our government, but of course, provide additional resources and specialty in the litigation sphere.
You bet.
Well said, Alex, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? We've already put this on the floor. Yes?
Yes.
So, So let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6453, an ordinance amending the adopted 2024 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the general fund for the creation of a litigation division.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill 6453. We'll begin with the staff report from Alex.
Same staff report as my initial staff report.
This is just to transfer funds.
Correct.
Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved. Second.
Any members of the board wishing to address this? Any members of the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6453 for its final reading due to get the ball rolling.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak to this? Hearing none, we're going to be voting on to approve for a second reading. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6453, an ordinance amending the adopted 2024 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the general fund for the creation of a litigation division.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 6453. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Any members of the board wishing to speak about this? Final reading, Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Lucas? Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yep.
Schultz?
Yes.
The result of the vote, 6-0, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Mayor and Board, for your support in letting us serve and protect our great community.
Thank you. So we're at the end of the meeting to our alderman reports. We will start off with Artie. Ruth?
I had the honor and privilege of spending Memorial Weekend at a family reunion in Arkansas with my husband's family, and the majority of the people there are Vietnam vets. And I was able to hear some wonderful stories. They put up a wall on their property, a 3-planked wall, brick wall, in honor of those who had been lost in their county, the Lord's Prayer in the center, and then their friends that they lost during that war. So just to continue on, high respect for the families and the Gold Star families who lost members of their family.
Very nice. Clay? No, sir. Marshall?
Yes, sir. Hey, I just want to give a thanks tonight. In the past, we have done these entertainer holidays, and I've had a lot of help. Cindy Mary is one that's helped me get all those videos for Buck Trent that one time. Got to give a huge thanks to Clay this time. You know, I have a lot of numbers in my phone. I don't have Bandy's number in my phone.
He told me not to give it to you.
Fair enough.
I'm just kidding.
You know, and Mr. Mayor, the way that you've helped facilitate these and in proclaiming these days, you guys will never know how much it means to me, helping me facilitate this to honor the people that got us here. There's a handful more that I want to do, maybe 3 or 4, to really make sure that we honor all the classic legends. And we'll be doing those, I suspect, over the next few months. But anyway, it means the world to me, Clay. Thank you so much, buddy.
You're welcome. And did you see how much it meant to Mo?
Oh, boy.
It truly, I mean, he texted me 3 or 4 times over the last week. You have no idea what this means to me. So that it was very special to see how much it, you know, somebody late in your career to be recognized and honored at a level like this was very important. So thank you, Marshall.
Yeah, thank you. At the late hour, we're going to skip Ralph and move on to, oh, wait a minute.
In keeping with the tune of those that got us here, yesterday being Memorial Day, which is, you know, again, just recognition of those that didn't make it back. You know, I think a lot of times that gets a little confused. You know, people will thank you for your service, but it's not about me that served or any other veteran. It's specific to those that didn't make it back. So I would just like to acknowledge that. Tonight, I think, was the epitome of civics. I mean, you know, if I think about high school civics and what that was like, tonight was a representation of that. And you know, I was truly thankful for the amount of people that showed up in support for Elevate Branson. It really goes to the depth of the community's concern to poverty and to our homelessness and even affordable housing and things like that. But again, you know, we're raising that bar of expectation to what's going to go on in city with the basic foundation of that being life safety issues. And so for 501c3s that want to get into the affordable housing game, have your paperwork, do your homework, be prepared. And for those developers that want to come in and work in Branson, Branson is wide open. We're open for business. We are open for building. We're open for housing. If you've listened tonight and you're a builder, you heard the need. But understand, there are codes, there's expectations. Come prepared. And our staff is willing to work with anyone that is willing to toe the line on that. And, you know, with that being said, that's all I got for tonight. Thank you. But to all the people that came out, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ralph. Alderman Schultz.
Yeah, first I want to say we were here for a meeting midweek, and I want to thank Representative Brian Seitz and Representative Brad Hudson. They brought our Missouri House of Representatives speaker into our city hall here, and he presented all the bills that have been made it through this year for the governor's signature, and that was a great meeting to have, and I thank you for your leadership, Brian, in getting that done. It's wonderful to see the Speaker of the House show up in Branson. That says a lot. And it was mentioned earlier, Brian, about the $6 million that you and Brad helped secure for Branson for the CID project. Again, just thank you for that. That's just unbelievable. I heard comments about more to come in that meeting, I think, is what you said. And Mr. Mayor, I went to the Tribute to Valor event at the airport with the C-130Js and the Stemliner event. I got to meet Sergeant Major Gary Littrell. I think that was a fantastic event. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership in getting that done. I think it does Branson well. It's exactly what Branson's known for. And so kudos to you for doing that. And I also want to thank Alex Williams in the back there, our board member for Branson, who also had a critical role in getting events together for the weekend. I also enjoyed the companion event, the Tony Orlando performance in his own theater. There was something magic about seeing him come back to his own theater and do that event. That was a lot of fun. I couldn't believe how late the night was when we got home, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Branson board meeting or something. I don't know.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing.
So I've heard. I just, as we remember Memorial Day, I just want to make a comment that in our family, particularly on Beth's side of the family, we recognize Master Sergeant Melvin Handrich, who is also a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor. He served in World War II and the Korean War, and he received the medal posthumously for his bravery October 25th and 26th, 1950 in Korea and C Company, where he led his group. He went out in front of his group to direct fire into the enemy. He was within 50 feet of their lines as he directed that fire. He took injuries during that time. He went back to rally his troops who were thinking about withdrawing, and he successfully rallied them. He went back up to the front line to direct more fire and was killed in that, in that battle. And then I'll just echo what we said already. I think tonight was long. The discussion was interesting, but actually this is the way civics should work, and this is what really fits Branson well, to see the great turnout from the people in the community, to hear all the passion about the affordable housing issues in the community, and we know we've got a lot more work to go, but I think we've taken a good step with approving the 6 projects. Hopefully we'll get those grant requests to come through for that, and that'll start us at least on our way for affordable housing. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Kathy? I have a few things. I was proud to attend the Memorial Day event on Monday, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of our nation who thinks of Memorial Day as a 3-day weekend. And that's all it is a 3-day weekend. When the truth is, it's the one day of the year that we honor our fallen soldiers, fallen men and women. Over 1 million Americans have given their lives for our freedom. Real quick on the tribute to valor, I want to thank everybody that supported that. I really want to thank Kathy and Lisa for stepping up with that. It was an unbelievable experience. I'm glad you got to hear from Dr. Harris on how he felt. I had the opportunity to visit with him a few times, and he was just over the moon listening to his students. Kathy and Hillary, would you prepare a code amendment for the board to approve that removes the repetition in what's currently in code, where it's asking the mayor to ask the alderman to speak, and then ask the audience to speak, and then ask the alderman to speak? It's appropriate, obviously, to ask the audience to speak, but I think we only need to hear from the board once. And that is, the intention is to just move these meetings along a little more. That's it. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We have 2 first. Convert 1 to a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you very, very much.